And a very pleasant good evening, baseball fans, and welcome to another edition of Falcons Baseball, this time coming to you from the Emerald City in Eugene, Oregon, as the Falcons get ready to take on the Eugene Challengers here at Swede Johnson Stadium. My name is Josh Eldridge. So glad that you could be with us for the broadcast this evening. The Falcons enter play 1-1 in conference play. That was a split with Eugene on Wednesday. 7-12 overall. The Challengers 6-2 for league play, 18-6 overall on season. As we get closer to first pitch this evening, scheduled for 5 o'clock, we'll take a look at where these two teams have been up to since we last saw them each on Wednesday. We'll also get to know the starting lineups. And of course, first pitch lays ahead. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
We also have free video on MyBasin.com tonight, just a few minutes away from Falcons baseball this evening, on the road for the first time in Area 4 League play against the Eugene Challengers. Let's look at where the standings are right now before we catch up on what's been going on between these two teams. At the top of the league is Medford, tied with Eugene, I'd say. Medford was 4-0 in league play. They are 18-5-3 overall. Eugene is, well, for all intents and purposes, tied with the Mustangs at this point. 6-2 in conference play. They are 18-6 overall. Roseburg is in third place. They're 2-2 in Area 4 league play. 8-12-1 overall this season. Then you've got our Falcons. 1-1 in league play, 7-12 on the season. Grants Pass is 1-5 in league play, 4-17. The Redmond Sunwest Generals 0-4 in league play, but they've strung off 12 straight non-league wins in a row, and as a matter of fact have the second most non-league wins at 12-4 on the season. Those are the Area 4 league standings as of this morning. Coming up for the Falcons after tonight's contest, a doubleheader with Redmond coming up on July 3rd. Another doubleheader, though that time returning home on July 8th against the Generals. On July 12th, the Falcons will take on Grants Pass at Agnew-Lytle Field, then back at home on the 12th against those same Nuggets. They'll play Medford on July 15th. Those are the next handful of games set up for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Let's take a look at where they've been as the Klamath Falls Falcons trip to Medford last weekend to the Coach K Classic. Was not a weekend that Klamath Falls, I think, is too happy about. They went 1-4 over that road trip. Started it off on Thursday with a loss to the Nuggets 7-1. They then lost to Chico 9-2, followed it up with a 12-0 loss to Fairfield. They lost again to Reno 5-2 before finally closing out the tournament on Sunday with a win against the Salem Dodgers 14-1. The Falcons hit the ball well in that game, and they're hoping for repeat fortunes against these challengers, who they split with on Wednesday. It was a 14-2 loss on Wednesday in the first of a doubleheader between the Falcons and the Challengers. Then they came back and, well, they beat the Challengers 4-2 in a great outing by Marcos Ulloa Ford, who is available today. Mark Carpenter is available today. But it'll be Colin Tacchini who gets the start for the Falcons when we'll meet the rest of the starting lineups in just a moment. One more break coming up on our pregame show. When we come back, we'll introduce you to both teams. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Falls Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Falls Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Falls Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So let's turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Well, we're just about ready for baseball from Sweet Johnson Stadium at North Eugene High School in Eugene, Oregon. Let's go ahead and meet the starting lineups for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Leading off and at second base is Max Price. Connor Shively bats second and is catching, followed by Mark Carpenter, the third baseman, hitting third. Marcos Ulafort bats fourth and is playing shortstop. Corbin Hamilton, the first baseman, hits fifth. Batting sixth, Carson Pimley in right field, followed by P.J. Safford in left, batting seventh. Jacoby Dakini is the designated hitter today, batting eighth, followed by the center fielder, Ryan Douglas, rounding out the order for the Klamath Falls Falcons. On mound for the Falcons will be Colin Takini. We'll take a look at his numbers in just a little while. Caden Richardson on the mound for the Eugene Challengers. Richardson from Pleasant Hill High School, graduate this past spring. He'll be attending Lynn Benton Community College, stands 5'11", 160 pounds, and again just graduated from Pleasant Hill High School. Passed by Pleasant Hill on our way into town today, taking 97 up 58, about 3-hour drive, 170 some miles for these Falcons today, and they look to come away with 1 or 2 Area 4 league wins. They split at home back on Wednesday, a 14-2 loss and a 4-2 win over the Challengers. Since are 1-4 and are looking to right the ship today as we get ready to start. Max Price getting ready to lead things off for the Falcons tonight. In the game that the Falcons had won, a 4-2 win, Max Price didn't contribute much, was 0 for 3 in that effort, but here leading things off, he will take strike one. Looked like the two-seam fastball started outside, broke back over the plate, and that is how we get things started just about right on time today. At 5:01 Pacific time, the second pitch taken outside evens us at 1. As we take a look at the weather today, expected in Eugene, it's a warm one. 81 degrees right now and cooling as we move throughout tonight's broadcast, but sun in the sky, hardly a cloud in sight as Max Price takes a strike outside. Now the count 1-2 to the Falcons' second baseman. Curveball sliced out towards shortstop. Over is Johnson. Throw on to first will be in time, and that is the first out of the ball game. Let's go around the diamond for the Challengers as Aiden Hibbler is behind the dish. Jalen Riddle at third, Brock Johnson at short. Easton McDonald plays second with Eli Christ at first. Grady Saunders in left, Peyton Tyner in center, and Kyle Miller in right for the Challengers, wearing their white home uniforms today with Challengers written across their chest in blue, outlined in red. Pitch to Shively. Ground ball bouncing to second. McDonald up with it, on to first, and 2 quick outs in the first for the Falcons. Brings up Mark Carpenter.
Third baseman number 2, Mark Carpenter.
Batting now for the Falcons. Bright spot in the first win for Klamath Falls over Eugene back on Wednesday. 2 for 2 in that effort with a triple and a double, scored each time around the bases as well. Carpenter takes the first pitch for a strike, the right-hander, for a player of the year. Behind in the count, here's the 0-1 to him, takes it outside, but again called a strike on the outer third. Richardson's thrown quite a few pitches that way. In fact, on the right side of the plate also jammed Shively, the left-hander, on his ground out to second. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Carpenter. That one is inside. Looks like he fouled it off his shin. Going to jog down to first for just a moment, but of course it is a foul ball, so the count now moves 0-2 against Carpenter. Second on the team in batting average. .397, has significantly more at-bats than Ian Meyer, the team leader at 400, but I believe Ian just slides into qualifying for a team lead of 2 at-bats per game. 0-2 count remains to Carpenter as he settles back into the right-handed batter's box up against Caden Richardson. Here's the delivery. Carpenter gets one out to short. Diving Johnson comes up with it. The throw is high and down the line. Carpenter is going to beat it out anyway. We'll give him the base hit on that, and it brings up Marcos Ulloa forward.
Now batting shortstop number 4.
It's a hard hit ground ball to the shortstop. Johnson was ranging towards, dove for it, came up with it. I don't think the throw would have been in time even if it was on point, and even then it sailed high. So Carpenter, a 2-out infield single, brings up Marcos Ulloa forward. Now, Marcos was the other bright spot in the Falcons' 4-2 win back on Wednesday. He was also 1 for 1 with a double, and he scored 2 runs, having reached base on a walk as well. This time, Ulloa Ford takes the breaking ball outside. A 1-0 count now to Marcos Ulloa Ford, graduate of Mazama High School, and is committed to play at Oregon Tech next spring. Here's the 1-0 on its way to Ford. Marcos Ulloa Ford swings through the pitch in the zone, evens things up at 1-1. Marcos Ulloa Ford batting .310 this season. Tied on the team in RBI at 12. He's tied up with Carpenter, who stands at first. Mark takes off from first, but a foul ball will send him back and move the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Falcons today in their road red uniforms with blue and white trim, their gray pants and blue batting helmets, gray caps for the Falcons today. First time we've seen them in this outfit in Area 4 League play. Wore their blues last time out. Here's the 1-2. Curveball missed outside. It was a good breaking pitch. Started high and broke about waist high, but ended up just outside the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a runner on first in the top of the first inning. Still scoreless between the Challengers and the Falcons. Ulloa Ford fights off an inside fastball. Count remains 2-2. After Ulloa Ford in the Falcons' order, it's Corbin Hamilton who waits on deck. Down the third line for the Falcons, Coach Sean Teeters. Down the first base side, Pete Whistler. And stepping off is Caden Richardson, trying to look Carpenter back to first. Now he comes set. The pitch. Flared out towards right field. Could be trouble in shallow right, and that's going to get down in front of Miller. Carpenter around second, heads for third, and he will get in there standing. And a blue base hit puts runners at the corners for Corbin Hamilton here in the top of the first inning.
First baseman, number 6, Corbin Hamilton.
Back-to-back 2-out hits, and that one not hit particularly hard, but found a hole between the second baseman, first baseman, and the right fielder. Allowed Carpenter to get an extra base out of it as well. Now Corbin bats with an RBI opportunity in the first. Look at Hamilton this season, batting .135 and has 6 RBI. He's come up in these spots, but not too much else. Move over to first to try to get Ulloa Ford. He's back safely. Richardson comes set while taking a look at Ulloa Ford aboard at first. Here's the pitch to Hamilton, fouled off. Straight back. The count moves now to 0-1 to Corbin. The young Hamilton from Henley High School just completed his freshman season and was an all-conference honorable mention, getting some starts as the designated hitter for the Hornets. Didn't get too much time in the field, but he was swinging the bat for a lot of the year. Also a good pitcher for the Hornets this season. This time gets jammed, pops one the opposite way behind first base in foul territory. Christ moves over to make the catch and ends the inning. No runs, 2 base hits, 2 runners left for the Falcons as we go to the bottom of the first, scoreless between Klamath Falls and Eugene. In Area 4 League play, we'll be back with more Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Getting ready for the bottom of the first inning. Still scoreless between the Falcons and the Challengers. Getting the nod for the Falcons is Colin Tacchini. Taking a look at the numbers for Colin As a matter of fact, he leads the team in innings pitched this season, 18 innings pitched. This will be his 4th start in 7 appearances for Colin. He's 1-2 entering play today, an ERA of 6.2. Just hoping for some innings out of Colin here in this opener. And he's been able to give the Falcons innings this season, but he has allowed his fair share of runs and hits, leads the team in as many hits as given up, 25 runs as well, 21. 16 earned runs this season. He doesn't walk that many, though. In fact, in terms of players who've pitched 10 or more innings, Colin Tacchini has walked the second fewest. So he's going to throw strikes to this potent Challengers lineup that goes like this. Leading off at second base, Easton McDonald. Brock Johnson plays shortstop and bats second. Hitting third is Peyton Tyner in center field. Eli Christ is at first, batting fourth. Grady Saunders in left, hitting fifth. Aiden Hazen bats sixth. Aiden Hibbler bats seventh. Jalen Riddle, then Kyle Miller is the Challengers' order. First pitch to Easton McDonald is fouled off. And an 0-1 count to McDonald. McDonald from Thurston High School, graduated last year, was part of the first of back-to-back state titles for Thurston. They won it in 23, they won it in 23 and won it again in 24. Each win against West Albany. I'm sure they're tired of seeing Thurston. Here's the 1-1 pitch to McDonald. That one sails high, maybe a bit inside as well. 2-1 to McDonald. Right-hander Tacchini featuring the fastball, changeup, curveball, classic combo, but his curveball has a lot of break. Just a matter of locating that pitch and throwing it for strikes, which, again, we said Colin does fairly well. But here in the first at-bat of the ball game, behind 3-1 to the leadoff batter, Easton McDonald. Here's the pitch from Tacchini. That's hit out, left field, but foul. Count runs full to the first challenger of the ball game. Challengers coached by Ken Niles, assisted by John Goldegger, Scott Johnson, and Jackson Frazier. Full count pitch on its way to McDonald. Tacchini from the windup sails a fastball high and away, and a leadoff walk for Eugene gives them a base runner with nobody out in the bottom of the first. Brock Johnson to bat now. Another Thurston Colt, although has yet to graduate. In fact, will be a junior next year. Look at the season for Johnson so far. He leads his team in at-bats, hits, and singles. Has a batting average of .324 this season. Takes a pitch high and in, 1-0, the count to Johnson. Johnson productive in the Eugene win back on Wednesday when they beat Klamath Falls 14-2. Reached base 3 times, although none of them on base hits. He reached twice on an error and walked once, although he came around to score each time. This one blooped out towards right field in front of the right fielder Pimley, and much like the Falcons did in their first inning, they've got runners at the corners, although the Challengers are able to get it done with nobody out. Peyton Tyner batting now for the Challengers. Talked about it a little bit back on Wednesday, but I'm sure Klamath Falls fans, baseball fans, tired of seeing Peyton Tyner, a Marist Catholic Spartan who helped end the Henley Hornets prep season by hitting a 3-run home run in the top of the 7th inning of the state semifinal. This time he takes a pitch outside, 1-0. Handful of Henley Hornets on this Falcons team, I'm sure still fresh in their memory. Pitch to Tyner, finds the zone, evens the count at 1. It looked like the fastball on the outer third. Might have seen some movement on the base paths from Eugene, but Brock Johnson stays put at first. Runners at the corners and a 1-1 count to Peyton Tyner. Colin Tacchini said with it. Now Johnson on the move. The pitch in the dirt, and he will get in there safely. No throw, so 2 runners in scoring position for Peyton Tyner. Count moves now to 2-1. Tyner bats .250 this season with 8 RBI. And 2 more out there waiting for him. Here's the 2-1 to Tyner. Curveball ripped out into the right center field gap. That's going to get down potentially for extra bases. 1 run is going to score. Tyner into second. They're also waving Johnson around third to score. And a 2 RBI double for Peyton Tyner gives the Challengers a 2-0 lead. That'll bring up Eli Christ, the 5A player of the year. Interesting that Falcons and the Challengers each have the player of the year for their respective conferences in which their cities have the most schools. Of course, Klamath Falls, Mazama, Henley, Klamath Union, all 4A schools. You've got all the 5A schools up here, North Eugene, I believe, North Eugene, Thurston, Churchill, just a handful. An 0-1 count to Eli Christ after the curveball was taken for a strike. Here's the pitch. It is swung on and missed. Looked like it might have been the changeup from Christ. Now ahead of the Challengers' first baseman, 0-2. Already a 2-0 ball game as the Challengers lead the Falcons after the 2 RBI double from Peyton Tyner, who now stands out there at second base. Here's the 0-2. Shively, the catcher, sets up high. Let's go ahead and meet the defense for the Falcons. Connor Shively behind the dish. Mark Carpenter at third. Marcos Ulloa Ford plays short with Max Price at second. Corbin Hamilton's at first, and we'll get you the outfield after this. The 0-2 home is going to miss high off the glove of Shively and rolling to the backstop. A deep backstop here at Swede Johnson Stadium, and that's going to allow Tyner to move to third. So 1-2 now to Chris. Here's the outfield for the Falcons. In left, it's P.J. Safford. In center, it's Ryan Douglas. And in right, it's Carson Pimley. Bouncing ball down the third base line, foul. And so the count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Runner at third and nobody out in the bottom of the first inning. Challengers lead 2-0 and a chance to add on more. Grady Saunders waits on deck. The 1-2. That one is poked foul again. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Coming set now is Takini, looking for the first out of the inning. The 1-2 misses inside, as Chris had to scoot out of the way of that one. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to the Challengers' first baseman. First of 2 tonight from Swede Johnson Stadium on the campus of North Eugene High School. The 2-2 on the way. Off-speed pitch, and Chris out in front of it, fouls it off once more. Count remains 2-2. This will be the 20th pitch of the inning for Colin Takini coming up. Having trouble just getting an out here in this first inning. Here's the 2-2. That one is hit on a line towards first, but again, curves just foul. So Chris putting up a good battle at the plate here. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 runner on third, nobody out in a 2-0 ball game. The Eugene Challengers leading the Klamath Falls Falcons in game number 3 of Area 4 League play for these young Falcons. The 2-2 on the way. Once more, Takini kicks, fires, and again, Christ fouls it off. He's going predominantly with the off-speed stuff, trying to get Christ out in front. He was trying to jam him as well, it seems. Christ played well in the game that Eugene won back on Wednesday. He was 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs in that game. Here's the 2-2 again. This one's hard hit towards third, skips past Carpenter and into left. That's going to score Tyner and Chris aboard on first. And that's a tough ball for Carpenter to play, but he sort of just scooted out of the way of it and let it get by him into left field. Going officially in as a base hit and an RBI for Christ. And 3-0 Eugene leads. This will bring up Grady Saunders. Move over to first. Takini tries to get Chris, but he's back safely. Grady Saunders stepping in now, starting in left field for the Challengers. Saunders going to be a junior next year, but already a verbal commit to Oregon State. Sanders did not make the trip down to the Basin when these two teams met up earlier in the season. Here's the 1-0. That one misses in. Now taking off from first to second is Chris. He will slide in safely on a throw that took Uloa Ford off the bag. So he winds up at second. It's a 2-0 count to Saunders, and Aiden Hazen waits on deck. Falcons, after having played 5 games over the weekend, start thinking about pitch counts and things of that nature. They don't have a lot of options. They need to rely on Takini here, who offers up a curveball to Saunders, promptly rips it into left field, and scoring from second is Eli Christ. Another RBI for the Challengers makes their lead 4-0 in the bottom of the first inning on 4 base hits. Winding up at first is Saunders. This brings up Aiden Hazen. Hazen bats .333 on the season and has the second most walks on the squad with 13. Here's the pitch from Takini. A fastball graces the outer third, the count 0-1. A walk, a single, a double, a single, and a single is how the Challengers have scored 4 runs here in the bottom of the first inning, and still have yet to record an out. Have the Falcons. A check swing from Hazen, rolls one out in front of the mound. Takini going to come up with it and throw on to first for the first out, bringing up Aiden Hibbler. Saunders, so still a runner in scoring position for Hibbler with 1 away. Looking at Hibbler on the season, batting .385. As a matter of fact, coming into this game, he leads the team in batting average. First pitch coming up. That is a check swing, but a called strike. The count now 0-1. Hit out towards right field. And in front of Pimley, right in third, headed for home, is Saunders. He will score as well. And it is now 5-0 Challengers on another base hit. Add an RBI for Hibbler. It gives him 10 on the season, and this brings up Jalen Riddle. First pitch to Hibbler, finds the zone. And this is a grounder towards third. Carpenter going to go to second for 1. Price tries to turn 2 and gets it. 5-4-3 to put an end to the inning, but 5 runs come across for the Challengers. On as many base hits, they leave one stranded. 1 Klamath Falls error, and they find themselves down 5. As we head to the second inning, this is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Top of the second inning, and the Falcons down 5, looking to rally, and it'll start with Carson Pimley, P.J. Safford, and Jacoby Takini. It's Caden Richardson still on the mound for Eugene. 5 runs came on 5 hits for the Challengers in the first. Also an error committed by the Falcons contributed to those runs scored. But now a chance to turn things around. Carson Pimley to bat now. Pimley this season hasn't seen a lot of at-bats for the Falcons this season. This will actually be his first at-bat in conference play. 15th overall in the season. He bats 143 on the year. Pimley will be a junior at Henley High School next year. Played on the junior varsity team for the Hornets this past spring as he waves and misses at the first pitch, 0-1. Talk about how young this Falcons team truly is. The 0-1 is popped foul, 0-2. Falcons have 4 players who will be juniors next season. It looks like we've actually got a new hitter coming in for the Falcons. It was actually Ryan Glidden who took that at bat and took strike 3 looking. So Pimley out, Glidden in, at least in the meantime. And this will bring up Carson Sims. Instead of P.J. Safford, Carson Sims getting an opportunity to bat. And for Sims, he takes, well, pardon me, the count, a ball and a strike. Just trying to get our changes in order. The Falcons already making changes here just in the second inning as Sims runs into one, sends one out to left field. Moving over is Saunders, and he will make the catch in the gap for the second out. Unsurprising, to be fair, that the Falcons making some changes early as frankly looked a bit lackadaisical in the bottom of the first inning, just trying to get some guys who might be a little bit more ready to play, and that's Coach Whistler's philosophy. As we've got Ian Meyer batting now instead of Jacoby Takini. And Meyer, we mentioned, is leading the team in batting average. Doesn't get a ton of opportunity, but still just makes it in there for 2 at-bats per game. And that pitch is taken outside for Meyer, 2-0. Pitch is flown out towards right field. And over is Miller to make the catch and end the inning. The Falcons go down in order as we go to the bottom of the second. Falcons trail Eugene 5-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
And we welcome you back to Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports. The Falcons trail the Challengers in the bottom of the second inning 5-0. Some changes coming in for the Falcons. In the outfield specifically, Carson Sims has checked into the game in left, and Ryan Glidden into the game in right field. As a couple of changes, and that looks to be the end of the changes for the Falcons. Due up this half for the challengers: Kyle Miller, Easton McDonald, and Brock Johnson. That's 9, 1, and 2 in the order. Colin Tacchini still on the mound for Klamath Falls. First pitch popped up behind first base. Playable for Corbin Hamilton in foul territory, and he will make the catch for the first out. Those are the kind of outs that Colin Tacchini is going to need on the mound. Quick outs to try to save the pitch count. Already at 32 on the afternoon in just 1 1/3 so far. Here's Easton McDonald, who walked and came around to score in his first at-bat. First pitch to McDonald. It's fouled straight back, an 0-1 count to the challengers' second baseman. Pitch line into right field on the 0-1 and a base hit for Easton McDonald. One away and a runner on first now for Brock Johnson. Sixth base hit of the day for Eugene. And Brock Johnson was one of those. He also came around to score in his first at-bat. Small lead off of first from McDonald. Tacchini looking in, gathering the sign from Shively. Shively sets up outside and awaits the pitch. It's going to miss high, and I think they're going to call Tacchini for a balk. And a free base for McDonald puts him now at second, still with just one out. So I wasn't sure if it was maybe he didn't come fully set or a twitch of the shoulder or something of that nature. Regardless, now with McDonald on second, the first pitch home to Johnson is going to miss high. 1-0, the count to the challengers' shortstop. The 1-0 on the way from Tacchini. Breaking for third is McDonald. The throw down beat him. The tag did not. And so stealing third is McDonald. And now one out and a runner 90 feet away from scoring. And I believe a 2-0 count to Johnson. It's just about anything could score him. The Falcons infield not playing to protect the run, as the first baseman Hamilton playing near the outfield grass, hugging the line. Middle infield playing the outfield grass, and the third baseman Carpenter playing on the infield grass. This one's hit out towards center field. Coming in is Douglas. He dives for it, but it runs off his glove and behind him. Rolls halfway to the wall. A run will score. Johnson trying to stretch it into a triple, and he will. The throw is going to roll to the fence and go out of play, and an error will score him. Now a 6-0 Eugene lead. 7-0 Eugene lead after an RBI triple plus an error scores Johnson and brings up Peyton Tyner with the bases empty. I think it was right field. I thought so. First pitch into Tyner misses high, 1-0, and the Falcons sort of allowing the wheels to fall off here as they're down 7-0 in the second inning. And that pitch will find the zone, 1-1. Still doesn't look like anybody warming up in the Falcons bullpen. Colin Tacchini still trying to work out there. This will be pitch number 39 for him. The pitch to Tyner will miss inside. And 2-1, the count to Tyner. He doubled in 2 runs in the first inning and came around to score himself. This inning started with a quick pop-up to first base, then a single and a triple, plus an error has scored 2 runs for the challengers here in the second. A 3-1 count to Tyner. On deck is Eli Christ. Here's the pitch. Hit high, shallow left field. Playable for Uloa Ford. In fact, nobody will get it. It will land between Uloa Ford and Carson Sims. Sims was playing uncharacteristically deep in left field, had to run a long way to come in and make that play, and it just wound up falling right between himself and Uloa Ford. It'll be a base hit, the 8th of the day for Eugene, and aboard on first is Tyner for Eli Christ. Christ singled in a run in the first and would come around to score as well. In fact, the first 5 guys in the order for Eugene all came around to score in that first inning. This is a ground ball to third. Carpenter throws to Price for 1, tries to turn 2 and does, and ends the inning. Another 5-4-3 double play to end the frame, but the Challengers score 2 on 3 base hits in the inning. They leave 1 stranded, 1 Falcons error, and our score is 7-0 Challengers heading to the third. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Falcons looking to climb back into this game right now, trailing the Challengers 7-0. As we start the third inning, it'll be Ryan Douglas, Max Price, and Connor Shively to try to get the rally started for Klamath Falls. Douglas, the number 9 hitter in the order, and he steps into the right-handed batter's box. Caden Richardson still on the mound for Eugene. Has worked efficiently. Here's the pitch to Douglas, misses outside, the count 1-0. Douglas this season is batting .242. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Douglas. That one misses in, 2-0. Douglas at Henley High School was on the varsity squad. Didn't see a ton of playing time for a very deep Hornets team this year. Oftentimes you would see him when games would get out of hand, or he would often be on the base paths as well. But here, earning a starting role pretty regularly with the Falcons. In fact, Douglas has the 4th most at-bats on the team and will earn a walk to start the third inning. Base runners are what you need for the Falcons. Can't get all these runs back with one swing of the bat, so you got to start to chip away, and this brings up Max Price with a runner aboard at first and nobody out. Kind of situation you'd like to see. Here's the move over to first. Diving back safely is Douglas, and this is where you like the Falcons. When they get guys on base, they're very smart base runners. It's just that getting guys on base has proved to be the challenge for this young team. Pitches in the turf, knocked down by Hibbler. A nice job by the catcher for the Challengers to keep it in front of him. Count is now 1-0. As a team, these Falcons steal bases to the tune of 87.5%. In 35 stolen bases, they've only been caught 5 times, and they're smart in advancing on the play as well. Coach Sean Teeters, an assistant at Henley, an assistant on this Falcons team as well, works with the guys a lot on those base running situations. And now we've got a meeting out on the mound for the Challengers. We'll remind you that today's broadcast on MyBasin.com is brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. Having the right set of tires and wheels on your vehicle is just part of an essential safety checklist. That's why Les Schwab does more than install just tires and wheels. Come on in for a free pre-trip safety check. They're going to make sure that everything is in working order at Les Schwab Tires. They've been doing the right thing since 1952. All right, we're ready for it in a 1-0 count to Max Price. Runner aboard on first is Ryan Douglas. The Falcons trail the Challengers 7-0. A ground ball into the gap in the infield, and that is going to move everybody up a station. As Douglas to second, Max Price gets aboard on the single. And this will bring up Connor Shively. Shively grounded out in his first at-bat, led the Skyline Conference in batting average this season during the prep year, but here for the Falcons, Shively is just batting .200. Here's the first pitch, the left-handed hitting catcher for the Falcons. In fact, they're going to try to move over to second base, but the throw winds up in center field. Douglas dove back to the bag and won't be able to get up in time to capitalize, and so he'll stay put. But they're paying attention to Douglas out there on second. He's in scoring position. Max Price aboard at first. Nobody out for Klamath Falls in the top of the third inning. Shively awaits the first offering. And the pitch. Offers up at the first pitch and pulls one into right field. That's going to get down in front of Miller. They're waving Douglas around third to score. The throw in is late. And an RBI single for Connor Shively gives the Falcons their first run of the ball game. Advancing to third on the play as well as Max Price. So runners at the corners for Mark Carpenter.
Third baseman, number 2, Mark Carpenter.
Carpenter singled and was left stranded at third in his first at-bat. Looking to keep the rally going at this point in the ball game. You just look at the guy next to you and say, I'm not going to get out. We're going to keep this thing going and try to crawl back into this game. Falcons now trail 7-1. Here's the pitch to Carpenter. That one misses in, skips away from the catcher Hibbler. Breaking for the plate is Douglas, and no throw. Price will score. Advancing to second is Shively, and the Falcons now just trail 7-2. Still an RBI opportunity for Mark Carpenter, who is in a tie for the team lead in that metric. He's got 12 this season. Leads the team in extra base hits with 10 as he waves and misses at the outside pitch, evens the count at 1 apiece. Carpenter 2 doubles, 5 triples, and a home run this season. For the 4A Player of the Year, he'll be a senior next year at Henley High School. Was also the Skyline Conference Pitcher and Player of the Year. Here's the 1-1 to Carpenter. Curveball misses outside. The count now moves to 2-1. After Carpenter in the Falcons' order, it's Marcos Ulloa Ford. Doesn't get much easier after him. Right-handed throwing Richardson comes set. Catcher Hibbler sets up outside. The 2-1 is popped up in the infield. Back is the shortstop Johnson to make the catch in shallow center field for the first out. And that'll bring up Marcos Ulloa Ford. We mentioned him. He is 1 for 1 today. Ulloa Ford bats .310 on the season. He leads the team in home runs, has 2 on the year. In fact, hit 1 yesterday against the Salem Dodgers. He'd like another one here. The pitch to Ulloa Ford on its way. Curveball is going to miss outside. That was a good location for a curveball, but just outside the zone. The count 1-0 to Marcos. Corbin Hamilton waits on deck. And the 1-0 to Ulloa Ford is a fastball elevated in the zone. Ulloa Ford swings underneath it, and that evens the count at a ball and a strike. Hibbler sets up way outside for the 1-1 pitch. Here's the delivery from Richardson. That one's going to hit Hibbler right where he set up. Hibbler did a fantastic job of making that pitch look like a strike, even though it was probably an inch or 3 off the plate. Framing it up nicely for our home plate umpire. Now a 1-2 count to Ulloa Ford is fouled off. Count remains. Falcons have scored 2 runs in this inning already. They let it off with a Douglas walk, a Max Price single, and a Connor Shively RBI single. Allowed a run to score, and then Max Price was able to score on a pass ball. 1-2 on its way from Richardson. Ulloa Ford lines one to left, but it's fouled. 1-2, the count remains to Marcos Ulloa Ford. Second team All-State in the 4A class from Mazama High School, just graduated this last spring. Here's the 1-2. Ulloa Ford swings and chases a fastball high out of the zone. And he goes down on strikes for the second out this inning. That'll bring up Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton 0 for 1 today, popped out in the first inning to end that inning, now faced with a similar spot here. The first pitch to Corbin is taken for a strike. After Corbin, it's Ryan Glidden who waits on deck for the Falcons as Richardson comes set. Here's the 0-1. Pitch misses low, count even at 1. And it looks like we had a right-hander warming up in the Falcons bullpen. Might have been Chase Connect back there. Might be able to see him for a few innings in this contest. There's a curveball broken off beautifully by Richardson. Started out of the zone, broke back across the plate, and a 1-2 count now to Corbin Hamilton. That is a difficult pitch to pick up out of the hands. Here's the 1-2. Another curveball. This one sails outside. The count even now at 2. Standing at second is Shively. After an RBI single put him there, and he advanced on the pass ball that would score Max Price. Here's the 2-2 on its way from Richardson. Inside, but hit out towards left. Good job by Hamilton to trust his hands and get a base hit down. Trying to score is Shively, and the throw is going to get him. Shively trying to bite off a bit more than he could chew, and that will end the inning. The Falcons score 2 on 3 base hits. They leave 1 stranded. No challengers. Errors give us a score of 7-2. Heading to the bottom of the 3rd inning. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So it's right here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Bottom of the 3rd inning ahead as the Eugene Challengers lead the Klamath Falls Falcons 7-2. New pitcher on the mound for the Falcons. It'll be Chase Connect. Looking at the numbers for Chase this season, 13 innings pitched this year. This will be his 10th appearance in relief, an 0-1 record. He is 1 for 1 in save opportunities, an ERA of 3.23. Chase Connect doesn't necessarily have the velocity of a lot of guys in this league, although he can locate the pitch and get you those ground outs and those pop-ups that you're looking for. First pitch to Grady Saunders is going to miss high, 1-0. Pitch from Connect misses outside, 2-0. Well, this spells the end of the afternoon for Colin Tacchini. And we can take a look at the box score for Colin as he exits the game. He pitched 2 innings, gave up 8 hits, 7 runs, each of them earned. He walked 1 and did not strike out anybody. Chase Connect offers up ball 3, behind Grady Saunders 3-0. Saunders singled in a run and would come around to score himself back in the first inning. Saunders tied for the team lead in base hits. It's also the team lead in runs scored. This time aboard on the walk, 4 pitches in, and a base runner for the Challengers brings up Aiden Hazen. Hazen 0 for 1 today. He checked his swing and dribbled a ball out in front of the mound for an easy putout, this time hoping for a better look at things. Nobody out and a runner on first for Eugene, and Chase Connect comes set. Here's the pitch. On the move from second is Saunders. This is hit on a line. Carpenter snags it. Throw to first is in time. Carpenter, a fantastic play. And a double play, 5-3 in the book. And that will bring up Aiden Hibbler with 2 outs. A fantastic play by Carpenter. Hibbler 1 for 1 today, and he'll take strike 1 here. This Carpenter has made up for his error he committed in the first inning by a couple of double plays rolled and certainly playing the hot corner and making a play. This is popped high into left field. Sims moving underneath it, makes the catch on the run to end the inning. So the Challengers go down in order in the third. They still lead the Falcons 7-2. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Top of the fourth inning, and the Falcons trail the Challengers 7-2. Due up this half in the top of the fourth for the Falcons is Ryan Glidden, Carson Sims, and Jacoby Takini. That's 6, 7, 8 in the Klamath Falls order as they try to mount a rally. They scored 2 runs in the third on 2 base hits. They left a runner stranded, but on the mound, Chase Connect went out and did his job out of the bullpen, got the Challengers out in order, and got the bats back up to the plate. Caden Richardson going to try to do the same himself, although, again, the Falcons got to him a bit in the last inning. And Ryan Glidden, who struck out looking in his first at-bat, steps in. First pitch, he checks his swing, holds up in time on the inside fastball, ahead of the count now 1-0. Glidden, one of 2 players from Klamath Union High School to make this Falcons team. So the 1-0 is going to miss outside, 2-0. The other Klamath Union Pelican is P.J. Safford. Now, you could maybe count Chase Connect in that as well. Went to Cross Point Christian School, but Cross Point Christian and Klamath Union running a co-op in the baseball season. So even though he was attending Cross Point, he played baseball as a Pelican, did Chase Connect, and again, he was on the mound for the Falcons last inning. It's a 3-0 count to Glidden, and that pitch will miss low. A leadoff walk for the Falcons puts Glidden on first and brings up Carson Sims. Sims was not in the starting lineup, although he checked in after a 5-run bottom of the first for the Challengers. Sims flew out to left in his first at-bat. The season for Carson, he is batting .211. Struggled at the beginning of the season, but has started to see the ball well, particularly in the Medford tournament, where the Falcons as a team went 1 for 4, but Carson with a double yesterday against the Dodgers and a couple of other base hits during that tournament. Starting to see the ball a bit here, fouls it off. The count moves now to 0-2 to Carson. Jacoby Tacchini waits on deck. Right fielder Miller playing in. The outfield otherwise, and center and left playing standard, but Carson not necessarily an opposite field hitter, although with 2 strikes, he might have to expand the zone a bit. Here's the 0-2 on the way to Sims. That is taken for a ball close outside. 1-2. Top of the 4th inning, a 7-2 ball game. The Challengers lead the Falcons in the first of 2. A doubleheader tonight from Swede Johnson Stadium in Eugene, Oregon. 1-2 in the dirt, and that one will move the count to 2-2. Hardly dirt, rather. It's artificial turf on the mound and the home plate area here at Swede Johnson Stadium. Full grass infield, including the base paths, and then grass outfield as well. Dirt on the infield. Sims rips one to third. It's past the glove of Riddle and into left. A single for Sims will move Glidden up to second and bring up Jacoby Tacchini.
Now batting, designated hitter number 19, Jacoby Tacchini.
Solid base hit there for Sims. Took the inside pitch and put it right where it should be. Kept his hand steady, turned on it. And a one-hopper past the third baseman into left field. Puts 2 runners on for Jacoby Tacchini in a 4-run ball game. The Falcons trailing here, but Jacoby, chance to get on base and keep this rally going. A move to second, and out at second is Glidden. That was a wild move by the pitcher. Richardson kicked his leg up, spun around late, and ended up picking off Glidden off second. That puts a damper on things for the Falcons. Now a runner on first and 1 out. Changes the complexion for sure, but Jacoby Tacchini, the goal here is to still just get on base. Here's the pitch. No, another move over to first. Tried to get Sims, but he's back safely. Pitch on its way to Tacchini. This is fouled off behind home plate. At 0-1 count to Tacchini. Flew out in his first at-bat to center field. On deck after him is Ryan Douglas. Standing, holding the first base runner is Christ. Pitch taken for a strike around the knees to Jacoby, but an 0-2 count now nonetheless to the Falcons' designated hitter. Jacoby hitting 143 this season. He's got 3 singles, 3 doubles on the year. 5 RBI and 2 runs scored for Jacoby. Count remains 0-2 after a move over to first. Now set again is Richardson. He'll deliver home. A curveball is going to miss outside. 1-2 now the count to Tacchini. As that curveball for Richardson looks so good, but these Falcons hitters doing a good job of laying off that pitch almost entirely as it's missed the zone very close. Tacchini sends one deep to left field. It's curving foul, and that's where it will wind up, about 1.5 feet past the foul line. Could have been extra bases, but instead a loud strike to Tacchini. Count remains 1-2. And Sims will have to jog back to first as well, as he was about ready to round second and head for third. Set now is Richardson. Setting up inside is Hibbler. The 1-2 is taken low. Looked like it might have bounced up there, and the count even now 2 balls and 2 strikes. No other Area 4 League games going on tonight. We're the only show in the league, although tomorrow a pair of doubleheaders. We'll take a look at the schedule around the league a little bit later on as Tacchini pops one up. This one again in foul territory, but playable for the first baseman, Christ. He will make the grab for the second out of the inning. Brings up Ryan Douglas. Douglas without an at-bat in this game, although he did walk in his previous plate appearance and would come around to score. Talked about the other Area 4 League games going on tonight, there is none tonight, but tomorrow the Redmond Generals visit Medford for a twin bill. Actually, in the afternoon, that doubleheader starts at 2:30 in Medford. And also tomorrow night in Grants Pass at the All Sports Park, the Nuggets host the Roseburg Dock Stewarts. Grants Pass and Roseburg split their previous doubleheader of the season, and a chance again to do battle tomorrow. The Falcons have tomorrow off before going up 97 again to play Redmond on Wednesday. Right now an 0-2 count to Ryan Douglas. A runner aboard at first is Carson Sims. 2 outs in a 7-2 ball game. The Falcons trail. The 0-2 misses high and in above the head of Douglas. Count now a ball and 2 strikes to the Falcons center fielder. On deck, the top of the order with Max Price. 1-2. Curveball, that one misses outside. Another great pitch from Richardson. He's hit that spot almost every time, but the Falcons not chasing it. Richardson takes a look at Sims at first before coming set with the 2-2. The pitch home is again fouled back. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a runner on first in a 7-2 ball game. The Challengers lead in our opener this evening. 1 of 2 of a doubleheader for Area 4 League play. The 2-2 coming up from Richardson. Taken, strike 3 called, froze up Douglas, and that will end the inning. No runs for the Falcons on 1 base hit. They do leave 1 runner stranded and no Challengers errors. Eugene leads Klamath Falls 7-2 as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Bottom of the 4th inning ahead, and the Eugene Challengers lead the Klamath Falls Falcons 7-2. Due up this half for Eugene. Jalen Riddle, Kyle Miller, and Easton McDonald. That is 8, 9, and 1 in the order. Chase Connect into his 2nd inning of work out of the Klamath Falls bullpen. He is ready to go to work, but first he'll step off. The right-hander got out of his 1st inning of work unscathed. He walked 1, a double play, and a fly out ended that inning. Here he misses outside and low. 1-0. Taking a look at Riddle so far in this game, grounded into a double play, 5-4-3 to end the 1st inning. On the season for Riddle, he bats .227. This pitch misses inside. Now the count 2-0 to Riddle. Riddle from North Bend High School, a graduate this last year. Here's the 2-0. That one misses behind him. No, it actually hit him. And so a runner aboard at first. It's Riddle, and it brings up Kyle Miller. Miller 0 for 1 today, popped out in the 2nd inning. Now bats with nobody out. A runner aboard at first in a game in which his team leads Klamath Falls 7-2. Connect, the pitch is wrapped into left field. That's going to get down in front of Sims. Rounding 2nd, a big turn, but he'll hold. There is Riddle. And a single for Miller makes him 1 for 2 on the afternoon and gives the Challengers runners at 1st and 2nd with nobody out. For the top of their order, it's Easton McDonald.
Second baseman number 2, Easton McDonald.
McDonald 1 for 1 today. He scored 2 runs, though. He was walked in the first, came around to score, singled, and came around to score in the second. Now here in the fourth, his third opportunity. One-one, pardon me, 1-0, the count to McDonald. On deck is Brock Johnson. Connect set. Staring at the runner at second, now delivers, showing bunt again was McDonald, but again the pitch missing outside. 2-0 to McDonald. Chase Connect having a bit of trouble finding the strike zone. Typically, that's not the problem. It's the base hits, but here's the 2-0 on its way from Chase. Another miss outside. 3-0. It was a hit by pitch and a single is how the 2 runners so far have gotten aboard. Chase Connect has walked 1 batter. It was the first batter he faced and make it 2 now as a 4-pitch walk will load him up for Brock Johnson. Connor Shively, the Klamath Falls catcher, comes out to have a word with Chase Connect. A bases-loaded spot and nobody out for the Challengers. Challengers are looking for their 19th overall win of the season. It would be their 7th league win. That's what they're searching for. Klamath Falls, it would be their 2nd league win and their 8th overall win of the season. But right now, Chase Connect just has to get out of this inning. First pitch, a ball to Brock Johnson, who's 2 for 2 with a single and a triple, also an RBI and 2 runs scored for him so far. As that pitch from Connect misses low. At least he's over the plate, although now the issue's been up and down for Chase Connect. Do have a right-hander warming up in the Falcons bullpen. See how much longer they leave Connect out there as he misses in with the curveball. Now 3-0, in danger of walking in a run with Peyton Tyner waiting on deck. I assure you, you get to the middle of this Challengers order, it doesn't get easier. Middle infield ready for a double play. Here's the 3-0. That one does find the zone. Connect with a strike there. 3-1. Mark Carpenter, the third baseman, playing straight up. It looks like the entire Falcons defense is not trying to cut down a lead runner. Middle infield ready for a double play. The 3-1 is going to miss, and a walk will score a Challengers run. They lead now 8-2. Riddle scores, Miller to third, McDonald to second, Johnson aboard at first, and this brings up Peyton Tyner. Tyner also 2 for 2 today. He doubled in 2 runs in the first. He singled and was left stranded in the second. And we've got Coach Pete Whistler heading out of the dugout. See if he's ready to make a change. And I think he will make a call to the bullpen. This will spell the end for Chase Connect as Whistler takes the ball. And we'll take a break. Bases loaded for the Challengers, and they lead 8-2 in the bottom of the 4th inning. We'll introduce you to the new pitcher coming up. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
New pitcher in for the Klamath Falls Falcons as they trail 8-2 to the Eugene Challengers. It'll be Dylan DeYoung taking over for Chase Connect. DeYoung this season, 8 2/3 innings pitched. This will be his 5th overall appearance, 4th out of the bullpen. He's 0-1 on the season with an ERA coming in of 7.23. Bases loaded for the Challengers once we get back into it. It'll be Miller at third, McDonald at second, Johnson at first. Already 1 run home in the inning for the Challengers. Jalen Riddle scored when Johnson walked. Chase Connect didn't get off to the inning that he wanted to. Not after the efficient third. He hit a batter, gave up a single, then walked 2 to allow DeYoung to inherit a less than ideal situation out there on the mound. This is game 1 of 2 of a doubleheader tonight from Sweet Johnson Stadium at North Eugene High School. A fantastic facility for a night of baseball. Opened in 1988. Challengers have played here. The Highlanders of North Eugene High School have played here. The Highlanders won state championship in 2010 in the 5A class. Since then, Coach Kenny Niles has taken over the Highlanders, and last year went 12-14 for a team he's trying to turn around. 1-0 the count, and that pitch is fouled off. 1-1 the count to Peyton Tyner, the left-handed center fielder for the Challengers, is 2 for 2 today. Doubled in 2 runs in the first, singled in the second, now bats with the bases loaded. Tyner awaits the big bending curveball from DeYoung, and it's called a strike. 1-2. Outfield shaded to the right, waiting the pull hitter Tyner. Here's the 1-2 from DeYoung that is popped up foul, and the count will remain 1-2. After Tyner in the Challengers order, it's Eli Christ, then Grady Saunders. A potent lineup for these Challengers. The Falcons find themselves down 6. Here's the 1-2. DeYoung misses wide. Count even now, 2-2. Still nobody out in the inning. The Challengers have these bases loaded. Chase Connect at this point responsible for all the runners that are on base, and the count now runs full as DeYoung got ahead of Tyner and is missed on back-to-back pitches outside to the left-handed hitting center fielder for the Challengers. Here's the full count pitch, and it is taken for ball 4. Another Challengers run comes across as the Falcons trail 9-2, and this will bring up Eli Christ. As Miller comes in to score, McDonald moves to third, Johnson to second, Tyner aboard at first. This is 3 walks in a row for the Falcons pitching staff. And Chris, the 5A Player of the Year, a chance to add on. He singled and grounded into a double play in each of his at-bats so far. This pitch must have been inside. It was a fastball about belt high, but called a ball, 1-0. The delivery from DeYoung is hit foul. Ball and a strike. Hit back past Coach Kenny Niles, who is the head coach of these Challengers. Also talked about head coach of the North Eugene Highlanders. For Coach Niles, he coached for 8 seasons at Churchill before taking the job at North Eugene. Fly ball into the center field. Infield fly rule makes Christ out, and that will be the first out of the inning. Grady Saunders to bat now for the Challengers. Grady Saunders, 5A Pitcher of the Year here for the Challengers, starting in left. Saunders had a fantastic state championship game. He pitched 6 innings of shutout baseball en route to another 5A state championship. Here he pops one out, another infield fly, and now there are 2 outs. Aiden Hazen bats now for the Challengers, 0 for 2 today, and a chance to escape this inning for the Falcons and negate what could be disaster still you have to get through Hazen, the designated hitter for the Challengers. This year, Hazen is batting .333. Takes a pitch wide and in the dirt, 1-0. DeYoung has come in, walked the first batter he faced, and has produced 2 infield pop-ups to record 2 outs. Here's the 1-0 on its way to Hazen. Swung on and missed by Hazen. The count even now at 1. Aiden Hibbler waits on deck for Eugene as Hazen at the dish tries to extend the inning. The 1-2 is hit foul. Looked like the off-speed pitch. Hazen a bit out in front of it. Count now 1-2. DeYoung gets the sign from Shively, who sets up outside. The pitch in the dirt, skips away from Shively, but down the third base line. So McDonald not able to go anywhere, and the count even now at 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded, and the Challengers lead the Falcons 9-2. 2-2. That one misses high, and the count is full here in the bottom of the 4th inning. A lot of movement coming up in the infield. Runner's going to be on the move in a full count pitch with 2 outs. Here's the delivery from DeYoung. It is hit hard but foul down the third base side, and we'll do it all again. Count remains full. Hazen leads the team in on-base percentage. 617 his on-base percentage. Here's the full count pitch. That one will miss inside, and a walk surrendered scores the 10th run of the game for the Challengers. They lead the Falcons by 8, and it brings up Aiden Hibbler. McDonald scores, Johnson to third, Tyner to second, Hazen aboard at first, boosting the on-base percentage and earning his 14th walk of the season. And this as Aiden Hibbler steps up. The pitch is hit out towards center field. Going back is Douglas and gets underneath it to make the catch and end the inning. The Challengers score 3 runs on 1 base hit, and they leave the bases loaded. They lead Klamath Falls 10-2 as we head to the top of inning number 5. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Top of the 5th inning, and the Falcons trail the Eugene Challengers 10-2. So we get things started in the 5th. Due up for the Falcons, it'll be Max Price, Connor Shively, and Mark Carpenter. Got some changes for the Falcons, for the Challengers in the field as Grady Saunders has moved from left to second base. Checking in the game in right field is Braden Rather from Willamette High School. Easton McDonald exits the game. And that is it for the Challengers as they lead the Falcons by 8. Top of the order for Klamath Falls. Max Price steps in. He's 1 for 2 today. He singled and scored in the 3rd. He also grounded out towards first. Here hits a pop-up towards shallow left. Over is the shortstop Johnson to make the catch for the first out. It'll be the 70th pitch coming up for Caden Richardson. He's been efficient in this ball game and has kept his team set up nicely, with the offense working the way it's been to potentially collect a win on their home field. Connor Shively bats now for the Falcons. He's 1 for 2 as well today. He takes ball 1 low. For Shively, a single in the third and an RBI. He was out trying to score, and that would eventually end the third inning. Shively pops 1 foul, count even at 1. Other than that single, Shively grounded out to second in the first inning. For the season, Shively hitting about 200. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that is hit behind third. Could be playable for the third baseman, Riddle. By the Falcons' dugout, he just overran it in foul territory. And so a second breath of life for Connor Shively as he stares down a 1-2 count. After Shively in the order, it's Mark Carpenter waiting on deck. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Carpenter on the mound in the second game tonight, possibly paired with Uloa Ford. Here's the 1-2 fouled off. One, two on its way. That pitch misses in. I wonder if it got Shively on the back of his foot. I think he was trying to make a case for it, but it certainly missed him. The count moves now to 2 balls and 2 strikes to the catcher for the Falcons. Here's the pitch. Fouled off. Shively chased an outside pitch, but just got a piece of it to stay alive in this at-bat. Fantastic night for it here at Sweet Johnson Stadium. Not a cloud in sight. Ground ball out to second. Up with it is Saunders, getting some action out at second after the defensive switch and collecting the out for Mark Carpenter to bat now with 2 away in the 5th. Our vantage point here at Sweet Johnson Stadium facing east out of the George Burke press box. 390 to dead center field at Sweet Johnson Stadium, 320 to either corner, and a line drive into center field and a base hit for Mark Carpenter with 2 away in the 5th. Brings up Marcos Uloa Ford. 5th base hit of the day for Klamath Falls. Carpenter now 2 for 3 on the afternoon, and it brings up Uloa Ford. 1 for 2 himself today with a single and a strikeout. The pitch to Ford. Looked like it missed high. 1-0, the count to Uloa Ford. Another guy who wouldn't be surprised if you saw him on the mound in the nightcap here in Eugene. The 1-0. Here it comes from Richardson. Uloa Ford takes that one in the turf as well. 2-0. Richardson with the 2-0. Uloa Ford fouls it back off into the catcher's mask. Might have rung the bell of old Aiden Hibbler behind the dish, but you wouldn't be able to tell by watching him. He's ready to throw the ball back to the pitcher. And a 2-1 count to Uloa Ford. Here's the delivery from the right-hander. Uloa Ford up empty on the changeup. It looked like that had some kind of wrinkle to it. Dipped at the very end, and Uloa Ford chased out of the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Falcons shortstop. Small lead off of first by Carpenter. That pitch misses high and in, and the count will run full. Carpenter at first, likely on the move here with 2 outs and a full count. On deck after Uloa Ford is Corbin Hamilton. Here's the 3-2. That's popped up foul out of play. About to see the 84th pitch from Caden Richardson. Again, he's been efficient today. Falcons are seeing the ball well enough at least, but still down by 8 runs. They trail 10-2 in the 5th. Full count pitch, and again fouled off by Uloa Ford. We'll do it again. Inning started with a fly out by Max Price. Connor Shively followed it up with a ground out. Carpenter aboard on a single. And that leaves us in a full count scenario with Marcos Ulloa Ford and 2 outs in the 5th inning. Pitch on its way. Ulloa Ford takes ball 4 on a pitch that was outside. 2 base runners for the Falcons with 2 outs and Corbin Hamilton to bat. Carpenter moves to second. This is the 3rd opportunity Corbin Hamilton has had at potentially knocking in some runs. In the first, he popped out with 2 runners on base. In the 3rd inning, he singled, but Shively was thrown out trying to score on that play. Here he hits one hard into center field. Tyner in, sliding to make the catch and stealing a base hit from Corbin Hamilton in the process, keeping things right where they are. 10-2 Challengers as we head to the bottom of the 5th. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none. We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Getting ready for the bottom of the 5th inning in Eugene as the Challengers lead the Klamath Falls Falcons 10-2. Due up this half for Eugene is Jalen Riddle, Kyle Miller, and we will see Braden Rather bat in place of Easton McDonald should the lineup work the way I see it. Jalen Riddle getting ready to step into the right-handed batter's box. He is 0 for 1 today. Grounded into a double play in the first, was hit by a pitch and scored in the 4th. Dylan DeYoung getting ready to work in his 2nd inning out of the bullpen. We'll take a look at the final numbers for Chase Connect in just a moment. Here's the pitch from DeYoung. It's a curveball that's popped up behind home plate. Playable for the catcher Shively. Hard catch to make, but he does it for the first out. Final box for Chase Connect. He exits the game after 1 inning of work. Only gave up 1 hit, but it was the 3 walks that hurt him. 3 runs came across on his ledger, all of them earned. Couple that with the 7 runs allowed by our starter, Colin Takini. That's how you get to 10 for the Challengers. Falcons trail by 8 in the bottom of the 5th inning. First pitch misses low from DeYoung. It looked good. It was a good breaking pitch in a good spot, but was right around the knees of Miller. Miller, slow roller down the third base line, foul. Count now a ball and a strike to the Challengers' right fielder. Rather on deck, as we mentioned, he came in the place of Easton McDonald in the lineup. Although he's not playing at second base, he's moved to left field. Another grounder foul down the third base side, a ball and 2 strikes. Here of our first of 2 in a doubleheader from Swede Johnson Stadium. This will be the host site of the 2024 American Legion Oregon State Tournament. Challengers have an automatic bid to that tournament as the host team. As a pop-up behind shortstop, Ulloa Ford will make the catch on the edge of the outfield grass for the 2nd out this inning. 2 quick outs as the Challengers now bring up Brandon Rather. Easton McDonald exits the game after reaching base 3 times and scoring 3 runs, but he is only 1 for 1 on the day as he walked twice and singled once. Here, Braden Rather takes ball 1 and awaits the 2nd offering from DeYoung. That one also misses inside, 2-0. Rather this season batting .280. 7 hits, 7 singles for Rather. Ground ball up the middle, Ulloa Ford up with it. Strong throw to first in time, and the Challengers down 1-2-3 in the 5th. But Eugene still leading Klamath Falls 10-2 as we go to the 6th. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none. We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Top of the 6th inning, and the Falcons trail the Eugene Challengers 10-2. Ryan Glidden to lead things off for Klamath Falls, followed by Carson Sims and Jacoby Tacchini. That is 6, 7, 8 in the Klamath Falls order, due up in the 6th. The pitch, line drive into center field. No, gloved in the gap by Saunders. A great play to get Glidden on the out. One hopped, and into the gap was Saunders to make the throw to first. And a nice play there to get Glidden. Brings up Carson Sims. Sims is 1 for 2 today. Flew out in his first at-bat in the 2nd, but then singled in the 4th. Sims will be a sophomore next year at Henley High School. Checks his swing and takes strike 1. Sims also a member of the Single A Hornets. Has been playing a lot of baseball this year. He's the 0-1. Swung on and missed 0-2. Sims also an all-star bowler. Made the all-star for Oregon, bowled up in Salem, and from what I understand, did fairly well. The 0-2 to Sims fouled off. Count remains 0-2. Carson also a member of the Henley basketball team. Played predominantly with the freshmen this year. Here's the 0-2 to Carson. Swung on and missed. Down on strikes for the first time today is Sims. The second out here in the 6th. And it brings up Jacoby Tacchini. Tacchini 0 for 2 today. A couple of flyouts. Once towards center and once behind first base in foul territory. And the pitch on its way is going to miss low, 1-0. Pitch taken away. Let's take a quick look at the line score here for both teams. As Tacchini fouls one off. 2 runs on 7 hits, 2 errors for the Klamath Falls Falcons. They've left 4 runners on base. The Challengers 10 runs on 9 hits, no errors for Eugene, and they have left 4 runners on base in this game. The 2-1 home is going to sail high, 3-1. The count to Jacoby Tacchini with 2 away in the top of the 6th inning. The delivery from Richardson, chopped towards third, foul. And the count is now full to Jacoby Tacchini. Jacoby, another Henley Hornet. That is swung on and missed. Tacchini fooled on the breaking pitch. He will go down on strikes, and the Falcons down in order in the 6th. Eugene leads 10-2, and this is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Back with you from Eugene, Oregon, North Eugene High School and Swede Johnson Stadium. As we continue your coverage of Falcons baseball this season. In the third game of Area 4 League play, the Falcons trail the Challengers 10-2 in the bottom of the sixth inning. Brock Johnson leads things off for Eugene and takes ball one. Dylan DeYoung still on the mound for the Falcons, the third pitcher that we've seen for Klamath Falls this game. It'll be Brock Johnson, Peyton Tyner, Eli Christ due up as ball two is taken outside to Johnson. Johnson today is 2 for 2, a single and a triple, added an RBI. He also walked in the fourth, and he's scored 2 runs this game. The 2-0 is taken outside, maybe a touch low as well to Johnson, and DeYoung behind in the count now 3-0. We'll reset the Falcons defense for you here in just a moment as the 3-0 pitch is going to miss low, and a leadoff base runner for the Falcons comes via the Brock Johnson walk. Behind the dish for Klamath Falls is Connor Shively, Mark Carpenter at third, Uloa Ford at short. Max Price is at second with Corbin Hamilton at first. Carson Sims in left, Ryan Douglas in center, and Ryan Glidden in right field for Klamath Falls. Batting now for Eugene is Peyton Tyner. With nobody out and a runner at first, that is Johnson. Move over to get him back there. He doesn't have to even dive back safely. Challengers scored 5 in the first. They added 2 more in the second and 3 more in the fourth. Ground ball to first. Corbin Hamilton backhands it. Throw on to Uloa Ford is low, and Marcos Uloa Ford can't pick it out of the dirt. And both runners are safe on the play. That'll go in the book as an E3 on Corbin Hamilton at first. 2 runners on for the 5A Prep Player of the Year, Eli Christ. Third error of the day for the Falcons. And the pitch from DeYoung is a line drive towards short. Uloa Ford plays it on a hop, throws it on to Price for 1, and that's all they will get as Price knocked down the throw and is unable to turn 2 on the play. So that'll put runners at the corners with 1 away and bring up Grady Saunders. As Chris reaches on the fielder's choice, Tyner is out and Johnson advances to third. Grady Saunders is 1 for 2 today. He singled in a run in the first, popped out into an infield fly in the fourth. He also walked and was out on the base paths in the third inning. 2 runners on for the Challengers as they lead by 8. 1 away in the inning. Slow roller foul down the third base side. Count 1-1. DeYoung with the 1-1. Curveball popped up behind second base. The second baseman, Price, will make the catch for the second out. F4 in the book for Saunders. And this brings up Aiden Hazen. Hazen grounded out in the first, flew out in the third, and reached on a walk in the fourth. Hazen's a guy you like to bat in this situation if you're the challengers. Hazen this season bats .333, gets on base. We've seen that quite a bit from him in the 3 games that the challengers and the Falcons have squared off. First pitch low, and advancing on the pitch to second is Eli Chris. So 2 runners in scoring position for Hazen now. He bats .333 on the season, and he's got 3 RBI. That pitch misses in. 2-0 to Hazen. Aiden Hibbler is on deck for Eugene. Stick with us for the second game tonight from Eugene. This is the first of a doubleheader. We'll take probably a 20-minute break and be back for game 2, as this is a deep fly ball to center field over the head of Douglas and off the wall. 2 runs will score, and that will be the ball game as the challengers walk off the Klamath Falls Falcons in 6 innings and win 12-2. We'll be back to recap the action that we saw in this game and get you squared away for the nightcap this evening from Swede Johnson Stadium. Final score here in Game 1, Eugene 12, Klamath Falls 2. We'll be back after this.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none. We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Back with you for Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Final score in Game 1 of a doubleheader tonight between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Eugene Challengers. Eugene 12, Klamath Falls 2. Let's get you the final line score for each team, beginning with the Eugene Challengers. 12 runs on 10 hits, no errors for the Challengers. They left 4 runners on base. For Klamath Falls, 2 runs on 7 hits, 3 errors. The Falcons left 7 runners on base. 6 runners on base in this ball game. The loss is going to be Colin Takini's today. He pitched 2 innings, gave up 8 hits, 7 runs, each of them earned, walked 1, did not strike out anybody. Chase Connect pitched in relief for 1 inning and gave up 3 runs with 3 walks. Dylan DeYoung pitched 2 2/3, had the longest outing for the Falcons, gave up 1 hit, 2 runs, none of them earned. He walked 3 and didn't strike out anybody either. In fact, not one challenger struck out in this ball game. Let's take a look at some notables for the Eugene Challengers and their winning pitcher, Caden Richardson, who worked 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, both earned. He walked 3 and struck out 5. Offensively for the Challengers, a 2-for-2 day and 2 RBIs for Brock Johnson with 3 runs scored. He also walked twice. 2-for-3 afternoon for Peyton Tyner and 3 RBIs plus a run scored for him. Those were the only Challengers with multiple hits today. Only one Falcon had 2 hits in the ball game. It was Mark Carpenter, who went 2-for-3. 1 RBI credited to Connor Shively this afternoon on a 1-for-3 performance from the Falcons catcher. We're going to take about a 20-minute break and be back for the nightcap this evening from Swede Johnson Stadium as the Falcons look for revenge on the Challengers. We'll see him try for it in just a few minutes. If you're watching on the live stream on mybasin.com, just stay right here. You don't have to go anywhere. We'll be live right here at this very same link in about 20 minutes. Meantime, if you're listening on 104.3 and 960 Sports, we'll return you to normal Fox Sports radio programming for just about the same amount of time. This is Josh Eldridge, hoping to see you soon from Swede Johnson Stadium in Eugene. And welcome to or welcome back to Klamath Falls Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports with HD video on mybasin.com. Coming to you from Swede Johnson Stadium in the Emerald City of Eugene, Oregon. As the Falcons take on the Challengers in our nightcap this evening. The Falcons dropping game one of a doubleheader earlier today, 12-2. That drops them to 1-2 in conference play. The Challengers, with their win, improved to 7-2. In Area 4 league play. We'll talk a little bit about the game that we saw earlier and take a look at our starting lineups as we get ready for the nightcap in an Area 4 doubleheader between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Eugene Challengers. It's all coming up on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Sport was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
We join the first inning already in progress in the nightcap of an Area 4 doubleheader between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Eugene Challengers. Already an 0-1 count to the Falcons leadoff hitter Max Price as he takes the 0-1 in the dirt. 1-1. Drew Wooten on the mound for the Eugene Challengers. Wooten, a right-handed pitcher from Marist, just graduated. He goes up against a Falcons lineup. We'll get it for you after the 1-1 pitch. Line drive past the shortstop and into left field. Max Price with a leadoff single for the Falcons as they try to take one from the Challengers on the road. After Price in the order, it's Connor Shively. Then Mark Carpenter plays third base and bats third. Marcos Ulloa Ford hitting cleanup and batting and playing shortstop. Corbin Hamilton at first, hitting fifth. Colin Tacchini, Ian Meyer, Jacoby Tacchini, and Ryan Douglas round out the Falcons order, as it's Connor Shively who bats now with a runner aboard at first. Strike one called to him. Shively in the game earlier today, he was 1 for 2 with, or pardon me, he was actually 1 for 3 with an RBI in game 1 with Shively. Got the lone RBI of the day for the Falcons in that first game. This time, hits one the other way, foul out of play, a ball, 0-2, the count to Connor Shively. Falcons, we talked about entering this ball game, are 1-2 in Area 4 league play. All 3 games have been against these challengers so far. In the first game back on Wednesday at Kiger Stadium, a 14-2 Klamath Falls loss, followed by a 4-2 Klamath Falls win as the 1-2 comes inside and hits Shively. And he's aboard now for Mark Carpenter to bat with 2 runners on and nobody out. And again, to recap the series and put this game into context for you, Challengers won game 1 by another mercy rule, 12-2. Now the Falcons hoping for a repeat of fortunes from Wednesday where, well, frankly, you got beat pretty badly in game 1 of a doubleheader. You hope to come back in game 2 and potentially split on the road. That's always the goal in these Area 4 league matchups. The toughest area league in American Legion baseball in Oregon is Area 4, and I think anybody who's around the game at this level would tell you that. The pitch to Carpenter, a curveball, hit shallow center field. Coming in is Tyner. He settles under it to make the catch for the out. Marcos Ulloa Ford batting now for the Falcons. Still 2 runners on, but now with 1 out. As Max Price stands at second, Connor Shively aboard at first. Ulloa Ford to bat now. Marcos earlier today for the Falcons was 1 for 3. 1 for 2. He singled, struck out, and walked in his 3 plate appearances. Here's the first pitch to him from Wooten. Ulloa Ford swung on and missed. The count now 0-1 to the shortstop from Mazama High School. He'll be an Oregon Tech Owl as soon as this time next year. Well, as a matter of fact, sooner than that. The spring season starts for the Owls in February, and he'll be joining a team which made the conference tournament this year and a team which hosted the conference tournament a couple of seasons ago down at Steen Sports Park in Klamath Falls. To my memory, that tournament got rained out down in the Basin, and they had to come up and finish those games in Eugene at Hamlin Sports Complex, in Springfield, rather, where the Bushnell Beacons play, the Springfield Drifters play, and where Springfield High School plays. It's an 0-2 count to Marcos Ulloa Ford with 1 away and 2 runners on. Move over to second, but back safely is Price on no throw. Drew Wooten, the right-hander, finding himself in a bit of trouble in the top of the first inning. Started this game about 7:10, maybe a little bit after. Here in the Pacific time zone. Here's the 0-2. Curveball hit up to the right center field gap. Moving over is the right fielder Miller. Has plenty of time to make the catch and get the out. No runners advancing. Price stays at second. Shively stays at first. 2 outs now for Corbin Hamilton.
Now batting first baseman number 6, Corbin Hamilton.
Hamilton, earlier today, he was 1 for 3 with a single. Otherwise, he flew out twice. Had lots of RBI opportunities in that game, and his 1 base hit came with a runner in scoring position, but Connor Shively, who now stands at first, was out trying to score on that base hit at the time. Another opportunity for Corbin here. First pitch swinging, popped up behind first base. In fair territory, Christ back to make the grab, and that will end the inning. The Falcons won't score on 1 base hit in the inning. They leave 2 stranded. We head to the bottom of the first scoreless. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Seems like I've been waiting forever.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Bottom of the first inning, scoreless between the Falcons and the Challengers. Getting the start for Klamath Falls is P.J. Safford from Klamath Union High School. Safford pitched a couple of times over the weekend. All season long, though, he hasn't worked more than 2 innings in any specific game. In fact, for Safford, this is his first start of the season, and this will be his 8th appearance overall. Safford, a 1-1 record and an ERA of 3.19 in 11 innings of work. Hoping to get more than 2 innings out of Safford in this game, but again, that's as long as he's pitched in a single game all season long. Worked plenty of games for the Klamath Union Pelicans this season. In fact, helped them to their 2nd straight postseason appearance after nearly a decades-long drought. He'll be going up against a Challengers order that goes like this. Easton McDonald leads off at second base. Brock Johnson bats second at shortstop. Peyton Tyner in center field bats third, followed by Eli Christ at first base hitting cleanup. Grady Saunders is the designated hitter, batting 5th, followed by the catcher Aiden Hazen hitting 6th. Batting 7th, Caden Richardson in left field. Batting 8th, Aiden Hibbler at third base. And rounding out the Challengers order is Kyle Miller in right field. Here's the first pitch from P.J. Safford. It's taken wide, 1-0. Looking at McDonald in the game earlier today, he was 1 for 1 with 3 runs scored. He walked twice and singled once, came around all 3 times. Now the count 2-0 to Easton McDonald. P.J. Safford from the windup. The 2-0 misses outside, 3-0. Safford with a good hard fastball, has a decent changeup, and a curveball that doesn't have a ton of break, but if he can place it, can definitely be mixed in nicely. That was a fastball down Main Street taken by McDonald and a 3-1 count. Safford backed by a defense starting with Takini behind the plate. This is a fly ball towards left field. Will drop down in front of Price. And a leadoff single for the Challengers around the diamond for the Falcons. Mark Carpenter at third, Marcus Uloa Ford at short, Connor Shively at second, with Corbin Hamilton at first. Max Price plays left, Ryan Douglas in center, and Colin Takini in right, Jacoby behind the plate. The Takini cousins both in the starting order for the Falcons. Here's Brock Johnson after a leadoff single for Eugene. Nobody out in the bottom of the first. Move over to first, McDonald back safe. After Johnson in the order, it is Peyton Tyner. The delivery from Safford, that's that breaking pitch. Started in on the hands of Johnson, broke back across the plate. Maybe a little bit low, but a good location there by Safford. You make contact with that if you're Johnson, you might just roll over it. It's an 0-1 count now from the right-hander from Klamath Union. Move over to first, back safely again is McDonald. Johnson on the season leads his team in hits and singles. Ground ball to third. Mark Carpenter going to go to first. It's the only play he could make on the slow ground ball. No chance he was going to get them both. So McDonald advances to second on the fielder's choice. Peyton Tyner now bats with a runner in scoring position and 1 out. Peyton Tyner, member of the Marist Catholic Spartans, who went to the state championship game that was played at Salem Volcano Stadium, Kaiser Volcano Stadium, rather. As Tyner comes up empty on the first pitch, 0-1. Tyner hit a 3-run home run in the semifinal against Henley that at the time would tie the game. Marist would win the game in extra innings to move on to their first state championship game in 31 years, 1983. It's the last time, 41 years was the last time that the Spartans had made the state title game. Unfortunately, lost that contest to Scappoose in Kaiser. It's an 0-2 count to Tyner. Here's the delivery from Safford, the two-seamer taken outside, and a 1-2 count. The 1-2 from Safford is taken just outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count from Safford. Eli Christ waits on deck for the Challengers as they won the first game today 12-2, supported by a 5-run first inning. Here's a ground ball out to Shively at second. Easy throw on to Hamilton at first for the second out.
Number 18, first baseman Eli Christ.
Chris bats now with a runner aboard at third and 2 outs. Grady Saunders waits on deck. Eli Christ, the 5A Player of the Year for the prep baseball season. A member of the Thurston Colts. State championship winners in the last 2 seasons in 23 and 24. Christ also will be continuing his education at Bushnell, a team we mentioned a few minutes ago when we were talking about the Oregon Tech Owls, both participants in the Cascade Collegiate Conference. The 0-1 is ripped hard foul, and Christ behind in the count 0-2. Also in that conference, big teams, LC State played well this season. I believe they won their conference, moved on to the NAIA World Series. Here's the 0-2 to Eli Christ. That is swung on and missed. Coming up with it on the pitch in the dirt was Takini, and P.J. Safford getting the swing and the miss to end the inning. No runs, 1 base hit, 1 runner left for the Challengers as we go to inning number 2 scoreless. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Top of the second inning in a scoreless tie between the Falcons and the Challengers. Colin Takini, Ian Meyer, Jacoby Takini due up this half. That's 6, 7, 8 in the Klamath Falls order as they look for Area 4 League win number 2 on the season. They're 1-2 right now. Talked about their 3 previous games against these Challengers. On Wednesday, they changed things up when they head up 97 to take on the Redmond Sunwest Generals. His first pitch called a strike to Colin Takini. After the doubleheader with Redmond on Wednesday, they'll be off for the 4th of July weekend before returning to play on Monday when they'll be back home on July 8th against those same Redmond Generals. Then they'll be hitting the road to Grants Pass before hosting the Nuggets themselves to close out that week. An 0-2 count to Colin Takini. The delivery from Drew Wooten, the right-hander, is a curveball taken in the turf, 1-2. Artificial turf around the home plate area and the mound here at Sweet Johnson Stadium. It's all true grass in the infield and then a dirt around the infield path. Of course, grass in the outfield as well as the 1-2 taken for another ball, 2-2 to Colin Takini. Sort of reminiscent for some of these guys like Colin from Henley and the Skyline Conference players from Azama and Klamath Union as well. Sort of looks like Culver Fields out in Phoenix with the infield grass laid out the way it is, although no shade to the folks out there at Phoenix, their athletic director Dave Earnhardt. Always a pleasure to work with them, but the stadium here at Sweet Johnson is fantastic. 2-2 fouled off. Fantastic press box that we've got here. The George Burke press box at Swede Johnson. A great way for seating, kind of elevated second story seating above home plate as well. Plenty for you to pitch your own chair too. And seating well down the first and third base line. The 2-2 bounced out towards third. Hibbler has to make a long throw across the diamond, and he does in time. Just beat Takini down the line for the first out. Ian Meyer bats now for the Falcons. Has been a key contributor this season. Meyer is batting .400 for the year. All 8 of his hits have been singles. He's scored 6 runs and has 2 RBIs. Takini sends one in the air towards center field. Tyner over to his left and makes the grab for the second out. Jacoby Takini to bat now for the Falcons. The Klamath Falls catcher is batting .133 this season. Jacoby, the youngest player in Area 4, he just finished his 8th grade year as he bounces one down to third. Charging is Hibbler. Throw across the diamond, takes the first baseman Christ off the bag, and safe on the air is Takini.
Now batting center fielder number 13, Ryan Douglas.
E5 in the book for Takini reaching base. And this will bring up Ryan Douglas. Pitch will find the zone inside. Douglas starting in center field for the Falcons today. The pitch to him is taken outside. Count even now at 1-1. Runner aboard at first and 2 away in the top of the second inning. Still scoreless from Swede Johnson Stadium on the campus of North Eugene High School. About 5 minutes away from Autzen Stadium and PK Park at the University of Oregon campus as the 1-1 pitch is taken for strike 2. I think the Eugene Emeralds are out of town tonight. Last I checked, they were playing Hillsboro, so up near the Portland area for that contest. The Eugene Emeralds, of course, play at PK Park and are the high A affiliate for the San Francisco Giants organization. You also got semi-pro league ball for the Springfield Drifters in Lane County. They're a wood bat league, and they play over at the Hamlin Sports Complex. The 2-2 on the way. Curveball froze him. Down looking is Ryan Douglas, and that will end the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 runner left, 1 challenger error, and we go to the bottom of the second. Still scoreless. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Bottom of the second inning, and the challengers have got 5, 6, 7 due up. That's Grady Saunders, Aiden Hazen, and Caden Richardson. It's P.J. Safford into his second inning of work in the start today. Again, the most he's worked all season is 2 innings for Safford, and so we're going to get some good work in against Grady Saunders. Saunders had a fantastic season for Thurston. Not only did he pitch extremely well in the state championship game, shut out the Bulldogs of Scappoose over 6 innings. Grady Saunders was also a first-team All-State pitcher. I believe he was also the pitcher of the year, and he was, as just a sophomore. Saunders has verbally committed to continue his playing career with the Oregon State Beavers, who just came off a super regional appearance against Kentucky. Of course, once it gets to baseball season, heck, even football and basketball season, you can listen to the Oregon State Beavers right here on this station on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Right now, a 1-1 count to Grady Saunders. Pitch misses inside, 2-1. Saunders, the designated hitter here. He played in left field last game, and he also moved over to second base. Here, runs into one, sends one deep to left field. That one is foul. No, that one just bent fair around the foul pole and just snuck in a solo home run for Grady Saunders. That was nearly a foul ball, but over the 320 sign, that ball probably went about 323 feet, but good enough for a solo shot to give the Challengers a 1-0 lead. For Grady Saunders, that is his second home run of the season. Now here's the pitch to Aiden Hazen. Curveball, grounded foul, 0-1. Aiden Hazen batting .333. Line back towards second base on the 0-1 pitch. Hazen aboard on a single, thinking about a double as that ball sort of rolled into the outfield and died, so having to charge in was Douglas, but it will be just a single. Caden Richardson to bat now for the Challengers, getting his first look at P.J. Safford in this ball game. Falcons still looking for their first out here in the second after surrendering the leadoff home run to Saunders. The single to Hazen. Safford toes the rubber, looks into Takini, shakes off the first pitch, now comes set. Here's the delivery. Swung on and missed on the pitch inside. Count 0-1 to Richardson. On deck is Aiden Hibbler. Richardson went to Pleasant Hill High School, will move on to Lynn Benton Community College, now 0-2. Pleasant Hill this season making the state semifinal. That's where their season ended after a 21-7 campaign. An 0-2 count to Richardson, and the delivery on its way from Safford. That's in the dirt, kicks away from Takini, and advancing to second is Aiden Hazen. Runner in scoring position and nobody out for the Challengers. A 1-2 count at the plate for Caden Richardson. Big lead off a second by Hazen. And the 1-2 delivery from Safford. Curveball swung on and missed. Safford broke off the bender for that one to get the first out here in the second. Brings up Aiden Hibbler. Hibbler bats .385 this season and 9 RBI for him. I believe he picked up one more in the previous game. No, just a single in the last game, so improved the batting average, but no RBI for him. So he still stands at 9, although sends a deep one to left field. Back at the warning track to make the catch is Max Price. And that one looked like it was hit just as hard as the one off the bat of Saunders, but did not have the distance. And a loud out number 2 brings up Kyle Miller. Miller bats with 2 away and a runner in scoring position. Hazen got there from a single and advancing on a pass ball. On deck, top of the order for the challengers is Easton McDonald. The pitch from Safford looked like the breaking pitch, missed inside. Having to jump out of the way was Miller. It missed him, so a 1-0 count to the challengers' right fielder. Miller batting .205 this season. 1-0 pitch. Bouncing ball in the gap between short and third. It rolls through into left field. Rounding third, headed for home is Hazen, and no throw, so he will score. A 2-0 ball game in favor of the challengers, and an RBI single for Kyle Miller brings up Easton McDonald. Just a ground ball with eyes, scores another run for the challengers. Marcos Ulloa Ford almost got a glove on it in the gap, and you think even if he knocks it down, that runner probably doesn't score. But now we see the challengers order turnover for Easton McDonald, who takes strike one. 2-0 lead for the challengers in the bottom of the second inning. The delivery from Safford, that one's in the dirt. Takini keeps it in front of him. Now we've got a rundown. Throw down to second, and in there safely is Miller. He was about halfway between first and second base on the pitch in the dirt. Takini tried to back pick to first. Instead, Miller took off to second and is in there safely. In scoring position now with 2 away and a 1-1 count. Safford again shakes off the first option from Takini, now set with the 1-1. The delivery is hit in the air, shallow left field behind third base. Carpenter makes the catch, and that will end the inning. But the challengers score 2 on 3 base hits, including a solo home run from Grady Saunders. We head to the top of the third with the challengers leading Klamath Falls 2-0. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none. We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Be great.
Participate.
Ready for the top of the third inning as the Klamath Falls Falcons trail the Eugene Challengers 2-0. Top of the order due up for the Falcons, Max Price, Connor Shively, and Mark Carpenter as they try to get themselves back even or take the lead this inning after the Challengers scored 2 in the bottom half of the second. 1 on a solo home run from Grady Saunders, a manufactured run off 2 base hits from Aiden Hazen, then Kyle Miller to knock him in. Drew Wooten with the first pitch. A curveball misses in. 1-0. Might have been a little bit high as well to Price, who is 1 for 1 in this ball game. Led us off with a single and was left stranded in the first. Takes an outside fastball low and away. The count now 2-0. Sun's starting to set a little bit here in Eugene. As you can see, the shadows behind home plate starting to form if you're watching our free live stream on mybasin.com. So you take a look at the temperature. Started about 80 degrees today at first pitch of the opener. Now 76 from Eugene and only cooling down. That pitch is called a strike. 2-0, now 2-1. We know that excessive heat warnings coming through the Klamath Basin for the 4th of July weekend as Price lifts one into center field. Tyner underneath it to make the grab for the first out. The basin, I know it's going to be about 90, almost 100 degrees on 4th of July weekend. How about here in Eugene, 103 on Saturday. Eesh. Love to be in the air conditioner on that one. Connor Shively bats now, takes the curveball for strike one. Shively was hit by a pitch and left stranded earlier this game. Offers up at a pitch that dipped out of the zone. Now 0-2 the count to Shively as Mark Carpenter waits on deck. The left-handed bat out of Henley High School stares down Drew Wooten. Wooten from the windup shakes off a couple of options from Hazen, now delivers. That pitch taken, strike three called. Shively down looking, and that brings up Mark Carpenter. Carpenter 0 for 1 today, popped out to center field in the first inning. The Challengers in front of the Falcons 2-0 in the nightcap of an Area 4 doubleheader at American Legion Baseball. If you want to stay up to date on the standings and the schedules and all the stories for the Falcons, be sure you check out our page on mybasin.com. It's mybasin.com/Falcons. You can find just about everything that you need to right there, as we'll be bringing you broadcasts of every league game this season. This is our second broadcast and fourth game of Area 4 League play, and the Falcons enter 1-2. A 1-1 count right now to Carpenter, and here's the pitch from Wooten. That one's in the turf, 2-1 now to Carpenter. On deck is Marcos Ulloa Ford. Curveball hit by Carpenter towards shortstop. In the gap is Johnson. Strong throw won't beat Carpenter, and an infield single for the Falcons' third baseman will bring up Marcos Ulloa Ford. Ulloa Ford 0 for 1 in this ball game. Flew out to right in the first inning, but an opportunity now with a runner on base to try to get something going for the Falcons. It was Mark and Marcos who did most of the damage in the 4-2 win back on Wednesday, where each of them scored 2 runs, and Marcos a couple of RBIs, some extra base hits for both those guys, and they really are the engine of this offense. If you're going to win games this summer, you need Mark and Marcos to be swinging the stick well. Right now, Marcos ahead in the count, 1-0. A move to try to get Carpenter at first, but he's back safely. Coach Pete Whistler down at first base. Coach Sean Teeters at third. The 1-0. Hit in the sky, left field. That's a deep shot. Back near the wall, and making the catch is Richardson. Taking away an extra base hit by the wall, and that will end the inning. No runs, 1 hit for the Falcons, 1 runner left, and they trail the Eugene Challengers 2-0. This is Falcons baseball as we head to the bottom of the third on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none. We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Be great.
Participate.
Bottom of the third inning, and the Eugene Challengers lead the Klamath Falls Falcons 2-0. It is Brock Johnson, Peyton Tyner, and Eli Christ due up this half for Eugene. That's 2-3-4 in the Challengers order. PJ Safford, if he gets 1 out here in the third, it will prove to be his longest outing of the season. And here we go. Safford going to be working from the windup to start the third. The first pitch, a curveball taken in for a ball, 1-0. It looked like Johnson might have been showing bunt to start this at-bat. He grounded out in his first plate appearance, 0 for 1 today. This pitch misses in, 2-0. The count to PJ Safford, or the count from PJ Safford, rather. 2-0, lined foul, 2-1. The Eugene Challengers will host this year's Oregon State American Legion tournament here at Swede Johnson Stadium. Hosted last year as well and finished runner-up. As a matter of fact, they won the state title in 2021. Coupled that with 3 more titles in 1985, 1999, and 2012. Total for 4 state titles in Challengers history. I believe gives them 4th or 5th most in Oregon history. Now compare that to the Falcons, who have won 9 state titles total, although their most recent was in 2000. It's been some time for these Falcons. A 3-2 count home, and that one will miss in a walk. Not a strikeout given to Brock Johnson. Brings up Peyton Tyner with a runner on and nobody out in the 3rd inning, a game that the Challengers lead the Falcons 2-0. Tyner 0 for 1, grounded out in the 1st inning. The left-handed bat awaits the pitch, and it's called a ball away from the lefty, and the same location which Safford has hit multiple times this game, but it's just off the plate between the home plate and right-handed batter's box. It's up to Takini to try to make that pitch look good, something that Shively had done well in the last game. But I don't know if I've ever seen a player frame pitches as well as it was Hibbler last game for Eugene. Did a fantastic job of taking pitches that might have otherwise been called balls outside, up, down, and just frames them up so nicely. It's a 2-0 count to Tyner after the fastball missed high. Now Safford set once more. Here's the pitch. On the move from first is Johnson. The throw down is going to be late, and swiping second is Brock Johnson. The pitch was called a strike. And so a 2-1 count to Tyner. Johnson aboard at second. 4 hits on the day for the Challengers. 2 runs for him as well. Pitch from Safford is taken outside, 3-1. After Tyner in the order, it's Eli Christ. Tyner an all-state selection out of Marist. The 3-1 is swung on and missed. Safford looked like he threw the 2-seamer in there, and Tyner chased high. The count runs full now, 3-2. That pitch misses wide, and back-to-back walks to start the inning for Safford. Runners at first and second, and Eli Christ bats now with nobody out. Safford, a guy who wears his emotions on his sleeve. You know that if you've seen him play any amount of baseball, showing a little bit of frustration out there on the hill, but has to collect himself with 2 runners on and nobody out if he wants to keep his team in this game. The first pitch is taken for a strike. That time Takini does his job, frames up that fastball to make it look like a strike outside, an 0-1 count to Christ, who's 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. Safford stares down the runner at second, now moves home. The pitch misses high, 1-1. This will be the 46th pitch for Safford today. And the 1-1 on the way. Showing bunt and laying it down the third base line. They're going to say this is actually foul. I think it hit off maybe home plate or maybe hit the bat and kicked the opposite direction. Regardless, the count moves now to a ball and 2 strikes to Christ. Nobody out in the third. 2 runners on for the Challengers, and Safford set with the 1-2 to Eli Christ. The cleanup hitter for the Challengers is going to wear that one on his left shoulder and load the bases. Johnson to third, Tyner to second, Christ aboard at first, and Safford faces down a bases-loaded situation against Grady Saunders. You might remember him from a second-inning solo home run. Sure, he'd love to replicate that. This time, fouls off the hanging curveball, 0-1. Safford lucky to get that pitch back. but he's ahead in the count, 0-1. The pitch from PJ is fouled off. Count now 0-2. After Saunders is Aiden Hazen, then Caden Richardson for the challengers. Here's the 0-2 from Safford. That is taken low, maybe a touch outside as well. 1-2. Talked a moment ago about how this is the only Area 4 league game going on today, as a line drive gloved by Carpenter, and he's right there to make the first out of the third inning.
Catcher number 11,
Aiden Hazen to bat now, singled and scored in the second, bats with the bases loaded. We're the only Area 4 doubleheader going on tonight, although tomorrow we've got a pair of games between Redmond and Medford. That'll be taking place in the Rogue Valley, as the first pitch to Hazen is in the dirt, and advancing to score is Brock Johnson. Christ moves to second, Tyner to third, and Eugene leads 3-0. Wild pitch will score the runner, and Hazen ahead now 1-0. And we're going to have a meeting on the mound. Coach Whistler comes out, has a conversation with Safford and the infield. I'd be surprised if they made a change here for Safford. There's not much pitching to go around right now for the Falcons. You need some length out of this arm. So we'll see as the infield meets at the mound. We'll remind you that today's broadcast is brought to you by Klamath Falls Subaru. Through the Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events, Klamath Falls Subaru has donated thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities. Comfortable and not corporate at Klamath Falls Subaru. Stop by and say hi. Safford staying in the game. Coach Whistler heads back to the dugout. Coach Whistler has coached just about everywhere there is to coach in the Klamath Basin. Henley High School, Mazama High School, Klamath Union High School. That's where he graduated from. Coach Whistler also coached at Oregon Tech. He's spent time coaching in the minor leagues as well. And now, again, is the head coach of the Klamath Falls Falcons. The 1-1 is hit hard to left field. That is going to be over the head of Price and off the wall. That's going to score Tyner. Christ rounds third and heads for home. And winding up at second is Aiden Hazen with a bases-clearing RBI double, giving his team a 5-0 advantage.
number 8, Caden Richardson.
Tyner scored. Christ scored. Runner at second for Caden Richardson. Richardson 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the second. Safford set with the first pitch to Richardson. The delivery. That pitch misses high and in as well. Richardson had to duck to avoid being hit by that pitch. 1-0. Hibbler waits on deck as Safford set with the 1-0. Here's the delivery. That pitch also misses in. 2-0. Just to go back to Coach Whistler and his tenure, Coach Pete Whistler was the 1996 Prep Baseball Coach of the Year in Oregon. Won a state championship with Mazama that year in 1996 as a foul ball ripped down the line, 2-1. Not only did Whistler win a state title with Mazama in 96, did the same with the Falcons in 1996. Followed it up with a state title in 2000. Klamath Falls, in their 9 state titles, was also national runner-up in 1968. Long time ago, but a 4-3 loss to the Memphis state champions that year. That Memphis team, read a little bit about them, considered one of the best teams in Legion history. Beat the Falcons by 1 run all those years ago. The 2-1 called for a strike, 2-2. Falcons have had plenty of alumni come through their program. So have these challengers. As the 2-2 is swung on and missed. Strike 3, and down goes Richardson on strikes for the second time tonight.
Now batting, third baseman number 24, Eugene.
Some great players have come through the halls of North Eugene High School. Notably, of course, everybody knows Danny Ainge. general manager and NBA champion with the Boston Celtics. I believe he played for the Portland Trail Blazers, the Phoenix Suns. Also played baseball for the Toronto Blue Jays. 1-0 the count to Hibbler as he bats with a runner at second and his team up by 5. Andrew Moore also coming through North Eugene High School, a pitcher, pitched for the Challengers, and a fly ball out to left field will get down in front of Price. The throw home to try to cut down the runner will not be in time. Hazen scores, and Hibbler advancing to second on the throw. Give him an RBI single, and advancing on the throw makes this one 6-0 Challengers for Kyle Miller. Challengers won the first game earlier today to the tune of 12-2. Now up by 6 in the third inning. They've scored 4 in this frame, 2 in the second. It's the bottom of the third inning. And the number 9 hitter in the Challengers order, Kyle Miller, with 2 outs, takes ball 1 inside. After Miller, it's Easton McDonald back to the top for the Challengers. Here's the delivery from Safford. That's a line drive into right field. They are going to send Hibbler home, and he will score. An RBI single makes this one 7-0 Challengers in the bottom of the third.
Number 2, Easton McDonald.
McDonald will bat. He is 1 for 2 today. Singled in the first, flew out in the second. Now an opportunity here in the third. Waiting on deck is Brock Johnson. He led off this inning, so the 9th hitter due up for the Challengers this half inning. The first pitch from Safford is hit in the air towards left. Looks playable for Price. He's coming in and makes the catch on the run to end the inning. 5 runs come across for the Challengers on 3 base hits. They leave 1 stranded. They lead 7-0. We go to the top of the 4th with Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none. We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Top of the 4th inning, and the Falcons trail the Challengers 7-0. For Eugene so far, 7 runs on 7 hits, 1 error. They've left 3 runners on base. For Klamath Falls, no runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Falcons, and they've left 4 runners on base. Due up this half for Klamath Falls will be Corbin Hamilton, Colin Tacchini, and Ian Meyer. The delivery from Wooten popped up behind home plate, out of play, foul. 0-1 the count to Hamilton, who's 0 for 1 in this contest. He flew out to first base in the first inning. Hits a chopper down the third base line, foul. And the count now moves to 0-2. Colin Tacchini waits on deck, 0 for 1 today. Wooten from the windup shakes off the first sign from Hazen, now delivers. That pitch missed high and maybe a little bit outside as well. A ball and 2 strikes. Challengers scored 2 runs in the second, added 5 more in the third. Here's the 1-2. Roller to third. Up with it is Hibbler. And the throw across the diamond is not in time. Corbin Hamilton legs out an infield single on what would otherwise be a routine ground ball. A base runner for the Falcons, trying to get him in business here in the fourth. Colin Tacchini bats now for the Falcons. Tacchini 0 for 1 in this contest. He grounded out in the second. Back diving is Hamilton. Just saw Wooten check, but he's safe. That's what you get out of that. Pitch is rolled back out towards second. McDonald underhand toss to Johnson for 1. He turns 2, but he pulled his foot. Christ had the throw to him in time, but just pulled his foot off the bag. And that is a big mistake there to bring up Ian Meyer. See if the Falcons can capitalize on it after Tacchini reaches on the fielder's choice. Meyer flew out to center field in his other plate appearance today. On the season, Meyer is second on the team in batting at .400 even for the season. Meyer pops one out of play. It seems out of play behind first. 0-1. The count to Meyer. Jacoby Tacchini waits on deck as the Falcons look to scratch and claw their way back into this Area 4 contest against the state runner-up from last season, the 0-1. Curveball broken off beautifully by Wooten. Strike 2 called, and Ian Meyer in the hole with 1 away and a runner on first. His team trailing 7. Move over to first. Back safely is Colin Tacchini. The right-hander Wooten set. He kicks and fires. That is poked right through the hole into right field. And a one-out single will put 2 runners on for Jacoby Tacchini. Tacchini moves up to second. Ian Meyer aboard at first. Now Jacoby Tacchini bats. He reached on an error in the second inning. On deck after him is Ryan Douglas as the Falcons try to mount a rally, still just 1 away in the fourth, looking for their first run of the ball game. The pitch on the way from Wooten, a curveball, another one that bent real nicely into the zone, an 0-1 count. In the first game today, it was the third inning where the Falcons scored each of their 2 runs, were blanked in the other 5 frames. That pitch is fouled off. The count now 0-2. Set is Wooten. Decent lead off a second is Tacchini. And here's the 0-2 pitch to Jacoby Tacchini. It's grounded right back up the middle over to the second baseman McDonald. He bobbles it, trying to touch the bag at second. That will be the only out that he gets. So it places runners at the corners with 2 away for the Falcons and Ryan Douglas to hit. Ian Meyer is out. Tacchini, Colin Tacchini moves to third. Jacoby Tacchini aboard at second. And Douglas to bat. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the second inning. As McDonald had to move in front of second base to field that ball. As popped foul, Douglas. Is it playable? It is almost caught by Hibbler by the hedges down the third base side. But he couldn't rein it in. A fantastic effort there by Hibbler. But won't be able to come up with it. Hibbler plays his prep season here at North Eugene High School, familiar with Swede Johnson Stadium. But an 0-1 count to Ryan Douglas. Swung on and missed. Douglas, I don't think he wanted to swing at that pitch, but committed and swung through it on a curveball in the dirt. And an 0-2 count to the Falcons' center fielder. Max Price waits on deck. Love to get this back to the top of the order and try to continue a rally, but in the hole is Douglas. Here's the pitch. It is looked at for strike 3. Another strikeout looking for the Falcons, and they remain scoreless. No runs, a couple of base hits, 2 runners stranded. They trail 7-0 as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
New pitcher in the ball game for the Falcons as we begin the bottom of the 4th inning. Dylan DeYoung on the hill for Klamath Falls, as this will be his 2nd appearance of the day. Pitched a little while in the first game this afternoon, and now working again. We can take a look at DeYoung on the season. 11 1/3 innings, an ERA of 5.55. DeYoung, again, we mentioned he pitched earlier in the day in the first game against the Challengers. And, well, let's see. Trying to pull up his final stats from the previous game. We'll share them with you once I find them. DeYoung in the first game for the Falcons worked 2 2/3 innings, gave up 1 hit, 2 runs, neither of them earned. He did walk 3, didn't strike out anybody. In fact, in the first game, not a single challenger struck out. In this game, 3 strikeouts for Safford as he exits the contest. We'll get you the final line on Safford as well, as he worked 3 complete, which gives him his longest outing of the season. He gave up 7 hits, 7 earned runs, 2 walks. He struck out 3. Here we go with Brock Johnson to lead things off against Dylan DeYoung. DeYoung, another Henley kid. He will be entering his sophomore school year as he fires in strike 1. This Falcons team as a whole, very, very young. DeYoung, one of 4 players who will become sophomores next season. Don't forget Jacoby Takini, who will start his freshman year at Henley next year. Quite a few guys becoming seniors next season as well. Quite a few juniors to be for the Falcons to be one of the youngest teams in the state. As that pitch misses low, moves the count now to 1-2 to Brock Johnson. The 1-2 on the way. Grounded out towards second. Charging in is Shively. Has to make a quick throw and does. And 4-3 in the book sets down Johnson. And this will bring up Peyton Tyner. Tyner grounded out and walked in his previous 2 appearances. When he walked, he would come around to score. Here he takes strike 1, 0-1. We talked plenty about Coach Whistler earlier today, the head coach of the Klamath Falls Falcons. How about head coach Kenny Niles of the Eugene Challengers? Was, well, now the head coach of the North Eugene Highlanders in the prep season as well. Gets to play his home games here at Swede Johnson Stadium. I had read an interview that Coach Niles gave, and he said that was a big motivating factor for taking the North Eugene job, along with having his family in this school district and wanted to keep the continuity there and build something new. He was at Churchill for 8 seasons, won a state championship with Churchill in 2017. He took this North Eugene job in 2021 and is in the process of a rebuild as the 2-1 pitch is popped foul and caught. Peyton Tyner is set down. Coach Niles in his 3rd season as head coach of the North Eugene Highlanders finished 12-14. So not quite 500, not quite playoff caliber, although I'm sure he did enjoy taking 2 of 3 games from Churchill, his previous school, and has enjoyed great success as the Challengers coach too. Here's the pitch to Christ. It's popped foul. 0-1. Christ has struck out and been hit by a pitch in his previous 2 plate appearances tonight. Right-handed batter Christ awaits the pitch from DeYoung, rather. It is hit hard, foul. The count now, no balls and 2 strikes. Grady Saunders waits on deck. The 0-2 is hit out towards short. Uloa Ford up with it on the backhand. Throws in time for the 3rd out. The Challengers down in order in the 4th. We head to the 5th with the Eugene Challengers leading the Klamath Falls Falcons 7-0. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Fates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Top of the Falcons order due up in the 5th as they try to climb a 7-0 mountain. It'll be Max Price, Connor Shively, and Mark Carpenter as they try to get themselves back into this game. It was 5 runs in the 3rd, 2 in the 2nd for Eugene. Builds them their 7-0 lead. Max Price is 1 for 2 today. Singled in the 1st, flew out in the 3rd. He's hoping for second base hit of this ball game to just try to get a rally started again for Klamath Falls against Drew Wooten. First pitch taken high for a ball, 1-0. Looking at Max Price this season. Price is hitting about 300. 360 for Max Price and a 1-1 count for the left fielder for Klamath Falls. Here's the delivery from Wooten. That one's taken in the turf. 2-1. In the turf at the home plate area is turf. The pitching mound is turf. Infield is all grass, and the outfield is all grass. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one is taken for a strike. 2-2 to Max Price. Wooten again from the windup. The 2-2 is going to miss low. Looks like 3-2 now the count to Price. The Challengers have yet to walk a batter with Wooten on the hill this game. They have hit one batter and allowed a couple to reach on an error, but no walks, and nothing will change here. Fly ball to left center field. Underneath it is left fielder Richardson. He'll make the grab for the first out.
Now batting for the Falcons, second baseman number 3, Connor Shively.
Shively bats now. He is 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the 3rd, was hit by a pitch in the 1st. The left-handed bat for Henley High School, batting .208 on the season. gets on base 26% of the time. In fact, 10 of his 11 base hits have been singles. Shively, one of a number of Falcons who are producing less than they did during the prep season, although maybe none have had the disparity that Shively has had this year. Led the conference in batting average, hit over 500. Led the conference in hits as well, and still searching for it. Here in Legion Ball, the level of competition rises. You see guys you don't normally see. You travel to places you haven't normally been. And guys like Connor Shively, guys like P.J. Safford, Corbin Hamilton, Lane Frank, who's completely exited the starting lineup, are all guys that are playing below their potential to start the season. But now as you get to about the halfway point of the overall season and you're almost a fifth of the way through league play, now's the time to start righting the ship, and what a better time than perhaps this inning, although Shively hits a roller out towards second, and he is thrown out by McDonald for the second quick out in the fifth.
Now batting, third baseman number 2, Mark Carpenter.
Mark Carpenter bats now for the Falcons. He is 1 for 2 today. He flew out in the first, singled in the third. Carpenter provides some pop for this Falcons order in the 3 spot. Was the conference player of the year, conference pitcher of the year out of the Skyline Conference, also the 4A player of the year. Here hits one out to right center field. That's going to get down in front of the center fielder, Tyner, and a 2-out base knock for Carpenter gives him a 2 for 3 afternoon. Carpenter extending this inning, allowing Marcos Ulloa Ford to get a crack at things with 2 away in the 5th. Score 7-0 Eugene, and Marcos Ulloa Ford 0 for 2 today, comes up empty on the first pitch fastball, 0-1. After Ulloa Ford, it's Corbin Hamilton to bat for the Falcons. And stepping off is Wooten, going to look back the runner Carpenter at first. The 0-1 pitch is lined into left field. That's going to get down in front of Richardson. Carpenter around second, heads for third. He is going to dive in there safely. And now runners at the corners for the Falcons brings up Corbin Hamilton.
Now batting, first baseman number 6.
Carpenter risky, advancing onto third on that play. A ball hit into left field. Richardson came up with a strong throw, but Carpenter just beat it. Hamilton bats with another RBI opportunity, has had plenty of these today in both games, but is yet to come up. And this pitch is taken for a strike. Hamilton batted earlier in this game with 2 runners on and flew out in foul territory. He led off the 4th inning with a base hit, but was out on the base paths. Here hits one into right field. Coming in is the right fielder Miller, and that will end the inning. No runs for the Falcons. 2 base hits. They leave 2 runners stranded. They trail 7-0 as we go to the bottom of inning number 5. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Bottom of the 5th inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons trail the Eugene Challengers 7-0. Due up this half for Eugene, Grady Saunders, Aiden Hazen, and Caden Richardson. That's 5, 6, 7 in the order. as Dylan DeYoung enters his second inning of relief for the Falcons. Got through the fourth unscathed. 3 up, 3 down for the Challengers. He's looking for more of the same. The first pitch taken outside, 1-0. Look ahead at the schedule for the Falcons after tonight. They'll have a day off before hitting the road again on Wednesday when they take on the Redmond Generals. We'll have a broadcast for you from Redmond High School. Same place where you found this one, on the radio station, 104.3 and 960 Sports, or online for the video stream on mybasin.com. The 1-1 popped back foul. Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes to Saunders, who's 1 for 2 today, hit a solo home run in the second and flew out in the third. Tomorrow, even though the Falcons don't play, there are 2 more Area 4 doubleheaders to keep tabs on, as the Redmond team will visit Medford tomorrow. That's a 2:30 doubleheader, and then at night you'll see the Grants Pass Nuggets host the Roseburg Dock Stewarts. As the 2-2 is fouled off, count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes to Grady Saunders. Want to stay updated on all the things happening in Area 4? Take a look at standings, upcoming schedules for the Falcons. Check out mybasin.com/Falcons. The 2-2 hit into left field, down for a base hit, and gives Saunders a 2 for 3 afternoon and a leadoff single in the 5th, bringing up Aiden Hazen. Hazen 2 for 2 today, a single and a double. Give him 2 RBIs as well on that double in the third. He's also scored each trip around the bases. Pitch on the way from DeYoung is taken for a ball outside. Middle infield ready for a double play with Uloa Ford at short, Shively at second. First baseman Hamilton holding the runner aboard at first, and Carpenter playing straight up, basically at third, even with the third base bag. A 1-0 count to Hazen, and DeYoung ready to deliver. Taken in the zone for a strike. Count even at 1 to Hazen. On deck is Caden Richardson. Curveball misses in, 2-1. The count now to Hazen. Hazen joined Peyton Tyner, who we've talked plenty about, in their state championship game for Marist, the 4A title game that the Spartans lost 4-0. It was their first state championship appearance since 1983, and they got there after a dramatic win over the Henley Hornets in the semifinals. The 2-1 on the way to Hazen is taken low, 3-1. Got to give credit where credit is due. I remember broadcasting that game at Henley High School. The Marist fans traveled well for that contest. They almost made it feel like a home game in some cases for themselves. So the 3-1 is taken in the zone. Now the count runs full. Typically that's a hard crowd to knock off at Henley High School, but Marist certainly brought their own. Full count pitch to Hazen on the way. Pitch fouled back. Count remains 3-2. Talk about fans traveling well. See a few friendly faces from Klamath Falls. Mr. Jesse Hamilton, the principal at Henley High School, in attendance. Oregon Tech Sports Information Director Mike Safford here as well. I believe I saw Mark Carpenter's mom here earlier as well. Might have passed by her, but the 3-2 pitch misses inside. Hazen aboard first. Saunders advancing to second. And Caden Richardson to bat now with nobody out and 2 on for the Challengers. The winning run for the Challengers at the plate here in the 5th inning. Mercy rule would be in effect if Richardson is able to get on and score. Here he waves and misses at the first pitch. Breaking ball, 0-1. Richardson is 0 for 2 in this contest with a couple of strikeouts in the 2nd and 3rd innings. 0-1 on the way from DeYoung. That's another breaking pitch that's fouled off. Count moves now to 0-2 to Richardson. Aiden Hibbler waits on deck for the Challengers.
You can't keep the ball, sir. You got to throw it back. The count goes to 0-2.
Leading off a second is Saunders. Hazen at first. The pitch to Richardson. Bounces to Tacchini. The throw down to third to try to cut down Saunders is late, so both runners advance. A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Richardson. 2 in scoring position, and again, Richardson represents the game-winning run. DeYoung needs to collect some quick outs to avoid another mercy rule ending here at Sweet Johnson Stadium. The pitch misses high, count even at 2. Falcons have lost they've lost 5 of their last 7 games. Looking to break a streak, but in no position to do so yet in this contest. In fact, their backs, frankly, up against the wall here. Don't want to start looking towards Redmond without this game being over, but that might have to be what the Falcons decide to do. A 2-2 count to Richardson. The delivery is going to skip away from Tacchini on a curveball and score Saunders. Making this one 8-0 Challengers. Advancing to third is Hazen. And the count runs full to Caden Richardson. It'll go in the books as a wild pitch. The curveball skipped completely away from Tacchini. Didn't really have a chance at it as DeYoung now comes set with the full count pitch. Here it is. That is hit left field. Sky-high fly ball. Price coming in. He'll make the catch. Tagging from third to try to score is Hazen. The throw will not be in time, and he will score. A sacrifice fly and an RBI from Richardson makes this one 9-0 Challengers, with 1 away in the 5th. Jalen Riddle bats now for the Challengers, as he will come in and hit instead of Aiden Hibbler and might replace him on defense if we get there. The Challengers 1 run away from closing up shop tonight in a mercy rule victory in the 5th inning. Riddle takes the first pitch for a ball inside, 1-0. 1 out, and the base is empty in the bottom of the 5th inning. This Area 4 doubleheader, the nightcap from Sweet Johnson Stadium, as that pitch misses outside, 2-0. On deck after Riddle, it looks like we're going to not see Kyle Miller. It looks like it'll be Braden Rather instead, who waits on deck. The 2-0 lined into center field. Douglas gets on his horse and makes the catch in the gap for the second out. Pardon me, that's not Douglas. That's Carson Pimley in center field, replacing Douglas defensively. So Pimley making a nice grab out there in center. And for the second out in the inning, that'll bring up Braden Rather. Rather, we saw him for a moment in the previous game where he was 0 for 1, got 1 at bat, and it was a ground out. Here he takes strike 1. On deck is Easton McDonald. Rather pops one into left. Max Price makes the catch, and that will end the inning. 2 runs for the Challengers on a base hit. No runners left stranded. Eugene leads Klamath Falls 9-0 as we go to the 6th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Got some changes we'll try to work out for you for the Challengers here in the 6th. But we'll take a look at the line score for both teams as the Challengers lead the Falcons 9-0. 9 runs on 8 hits, 1 error for the Challengers thus far. And they have left 3 runners on base for the Falcons. No runs on 6 hits, no errors for Klamath Falls. And they have left 8 runners on base in the contest. Due up this half inning for Klamath Falls: Colin Takini, Ian Meyer, and Jacoby Takini. And we'll try to finalize these defensive changes for you for Eugene as well. Okay, so according to what we have here for the changes for Eugene, we've got Jalen Riddle checking into the game at third. Braden Rather has checked into the game in right. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Challengers is Brendan Van Ryzen from South Eugene High School on the hill for Eugene. An 0-1 count to Carson Sims, hitting instead of Colin Takini. Sims had a base knock and a 1-for-3 performance in the opener of a doubleheader today. Here he finds himself down at the count 0-2. The delivery from Van Ryzen is taken for a ball, 1-2. Look down around the knees for Carson. So Sims goes down swinging for the first out in the 6th, and it looks like it's not Van Ryzen out there on the mound for Eugene. It's actually Caden Schaefer.
Now batting, designated hitter number 9.
Caden Schaefer from Junction City High School. And the right-hander got the first strikeout and will now, let's see. It looks like that's still Ian Meyer to bat for the Falcons after Sims was set down on strikes. Meyer 1-for-2 today with a flyout and a single so far. And that pitch is taken for a ball, 1-1. Sun continuing to set here at Swede Johnson Stadium. Shadows have completely overtaken the field. Still a fine night for baseball as the lights have come on around the outfield. 390 dead center field, 320 down the left field line, 330 down the right field line. Here's the 2-1 pitch. It is taken outside. In fact, missed its target entirely as Meyer ahead in the count, now 3-1. Jacoby Takini racing for the pass ball with Donovan Jackson from Eugene. It looked like Takini won the foot race in a 3-1 count. Here's the delivery to Ian Meyer. That one is taken, I believe, low for ball 4. Meyer draws the walk, and it brings up Jacoby.
Now batting, catcher number 19, Jacoby Takini.
Takini reached on an error in the 2nd, reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th. And now looking to get on base and try to cut into this lead. Again, trailing Eugene 9-0. Pitch is called for a strike on the outside to Takini. Pitch on the way from Schaefer. The delivery is taken outside. Looked to be a similar location as the pitch that was just called strike 1. Although that time it misses away. Count even to Jacoby. Set now is Schaefer. And the pitch. Curveball that's taken into left field for a base hit. Couple of base runners on for, let's see if it's Ryan Douglas or we've got a new hitter. Looks like it'll be Carson Pimley.
Now batting for the Falcons, number 17, Carson Pinley.
Pimley to bat for Douglas. Pimley bats 143 on the season, and now with 2 runners on and 1 away, a chance to try to keep the rally going for the Falcons. Pimley replaced Douglas defensively last half inning, getting his first at-bat of this game. The pitch is taken for a strike, 0-1. Pimley started last game for the Falcons, started in right field, I believe. He was promptly taken out of the game after the first inning, which Eugene scored 5 runs in the opener today. Game that they would go on to win 12-2. Pimley was taken out after the bottom of the first, never to be seen again. But here, he gets another at-bat. Takes one sky high into left. Coming in is the left fielder, Richardson, slides to make the catch. Oh my, a fantastic play by the left fielder, Richardson, to record the second out here in the 6th inning.
Left fielder number 24, Max Price.
Top of the order for the Falcons. Max Price bats now 1 for 3 with a single and a couple of flyouts on the ledger for him. Bats with 2 runners on and 2 outs in the 6th inning. His team trailing by 9. Pitch on the way from Schaefer is lined right back up the middle, past the diving glove of McDonald and into center field. Falcons content to play a bit of station to station as everybody moves up 90 feet, and up comes Connor Shively.
Now batting second baseman number 3, Connor Shively.
Meyer to third, Takini to second. Price now aboard at first after his second single of the night, make him 2 for 4. And Shively bats now. He's 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch he struck out and grounded out. First team All-Skyline Conference, second team All-State, takes ball 1. Love to see Shively break through a little bit here, find some green and knock in a couple. And with the speed on first, a ball in the gap could score 3. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Shively, swung on and missed. Count even, a ball and a strike. After Shively in the order, it's Mark Carpenter. If you're going to get out of this inning, if you're Schaefer, this is the guy you have to get, is Shively. Here's the 1-1. Lined foul, opposite field. That's where Shively likes to go, even as a left-hander. He typically drives the ball to left field. But now behind in the count 1-2, Shively going to have to get a bit defensive, choke up on the bat, but he has a good 2-strike approach. Shively has struck out 8 times this season. Here in a 1-2 count with the bases loaded and 2 outs, Shively takes ball 2. 2-2, 2 outs, bases loaded for the Falcons, who trailed the challengers by 9. Here in the 6th inning of the nightcap in an Area 4 doubleheader. 2-2 on the way to Shively. That is taken, ball 3. That pitch was close to getting the outer third. Now the count runs full. A lot of movement in the infield as all runners will be on the move in a full count pitch. The pitch from Schaefer. The payoff is hit into left field, but foul. So we'll do it again. Count remains full to Shively. Connor in the first game today was 1 for 3 with an RBI. Looking to add on to that. Here's the full count pitch to Shively. It is taken in, ball 4, and the Falcons on the board in the 6th. They trail now 9-1. As Ian Meyer scores from third, Jacoby Takini moves to third. Max Price to second, and Shively aboard at first via the walk brings up Mark Carpenter. Carpenter waits the first pitch. A curveball checks his swing, but it's called a strike anyway. 0-1 to the third baseman for the Falcons. Carpenter, the 4A player of the year, bats with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 6th. His team down by 8. The 0-1 pitch is in the turf. 1-1. I'm sure in the back of Carpenter's mind, a grand slam would feel good, sure, but really you just need base hits here. Just try to keep the train moving. Here's the 1-1 to Carpenter. Checks his swing on a hanging curveball. Carpenter Ooh, I think if he saw that pitch again, he'd hit it a mile. 1-2. Shakes off Hazen. Now Schaefer delivers another curveball. This one popped in foul territory, out of play. Ooh, fan almost took that one, caught it in her blanket. Got to bring the glove to the ballpark. I don't know why that went out of style. I don't see anybody bringing their glove to the ballpark anymore. 1-2 to Carpenter. The bases loaded, 2 outs in the 6th. The Falcons trail by 8. The delivery is rolled out in front of the mound. Charging is the third baseman, Riddle. Strong throw, not in time. Carpenter beats out an infield single, and scoring from third is Takini. The Falcons now only trail by 7. Price advancing to third. Shively to second. Carpenter with the infield single and the RBI make him 3 for 4 in this game, and it brings up Marcos Ulloa Ford. Ulloa Ford, an extra base hits machine this season. Here's the first pitch to him. It's taken down and away. The count 1-0. Ulloa Ford, 2 home runs this year, 2 doubles, and a triple. In fact, hit a home run just yesterday. Lines one into left, and that's going to get down for extra bases. 1 run is going to score. Shively, they're waving him around. Carpenter gets to third, and Ulloa Ford to second. A 2 RBI double for Marcos Ulloa Ford trims the Eugene lead to 5. Four runs home this inning for the Falcons, and they're on a rally. Corbin Hamilton next up to try to continue it. A guy who's had plenty of opportunity today, now looking to come through for his squad in a big way. Takes a pitch low. Hamilton ahead in the count, now 1-0. Had an RBI opportunity last inning, but flew out to right field. Had an RBI opportunity in the first inning, and popped out to first base. The 1-0 waved at and missed, 1-1. Look back to last game for Hamilton. Had an RBI opportunity in the first and 5th inning of that game too, but has yet to come through. Here's the 1-1 to him. That pitch skips away from the catcher Hazen in the dirt, and that is going to score Carpenter. The Falcons down 9-5. Ulloa Ford advances to third on the play. And still an opportunity for Corbin Hamilton to do some damage. Waiting on deck is Carson Sims. 34th pitch coming up for Kevin Schaefer this inning out of the bullpen. Here's the 2-1. Popped foul, count even now at 2. Small lead off a third for Ulloa Ford.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Now the Falcons are making this game interesting. It's 9-5.
Schaefer shakes off Hazen, the first look. Now delivers the 2-2 pitch. That's taken in the turf by Hamilton, and the count runs full now, 3-2. Mentioned after Hamilton, it's Carson Sims as they try to keep a rally going. No movement in the Eugene bullpen as Schaefer tasked with escaping this inning. Full count pitch on the way to Hamilton. Swung on and missed, and that will do it for the top of the 6th inning. But the Falcons do score 5 on 4 base hits in the inning. They leave 1 stranded, and they trail 9-5. Headed to the bottom of the 6th inning. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Bottom of the 6th inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons trying to get back into this game, now only trailing by 4. A score of 9-5 as we go bottom 6. Due up this half for the challengers at the top of their order. Easton McDonald, Brock Johnson, and Peyton Tyner. See if we've got any changes for the Falcons. It doesn't look like it so far. First pitch called low for a ball, 1-0. I think we know Carson Sims has entered the game in right field. DeYoung still on the mound for Klamath Falls as he evens the count at 1 on the swing and the miss by Easton McDonald, who is 1 for 3 in this game, singled and has flown out twice. That pitch is hit out towards left and dropping in front of Price. And another single for Easton McDonald makes him 2 for 4 in this ball game. Brock Johnson has grounded into a fielder's choice in the first, walked and scored in the third, and grounded out in the fourth. Coach Kenny Niles ushers Johnson down the third base line and has a conversation with him. We'll see if there's anything on with perhaps a bunt, or that would be strange, up 4 runs. Don't know what else they could be discussing, though, as Mark Carpenter, the third baseman, comes in on the infield grass. First baseman Hamilton holding the runner at first. Dylan DeYoung comes set and delivers a two-seam fastball sails high, the count 1-0. Small lead off of first. McDonald takes an extra half step as DeYoung takes a look at him. Steps off and looks McDonald back to first. Not surprising there. McDonald taking a little extra half step, it seems like, each time off of first base. DeYoung again steps off to stare him back. Let's see if he's on the move here on the 1-0 pitch. McDonald takes off. Bunt laid down in front of the mound. Up with it is DeYoung. The throw to first is going to be high and not in time. A bunt single for Brock Johnson moves McDonald up to second and brings up Peyton Tyner. Johnson laid that thing right down where he was supposed to, between the third base foul line and the pitcher's mound. Just pushed it out there to force DeYoung to make a play. And as a right-handed pitcher, his momentum takes him down the first base side of the field, so had to turn around, change his direction, and just a tough play to make, and wasn't able to do it. So 2 runners on for Peyton Tyner, who pops one into foul territory, and that one caught by Mark Carpenter near the hedges. He's made some great plays at third base tonight, has Mark Carpenter. A couple of line drives caught at the hot corner, and that time ranging into foul territory up against the out-of-bounds markers by the fence, and made the catch on the run. Here's Eli Christ to bat now for the challengers. Christ takes ball 1. He struck out in the first, was hit by a pitch in the third, and grounded out in the fourth inning. 1-0 coming up, and stepping off is DeYoung. After Christ in the order, it's Grady Saunders. 1-0 coming up. Here's the pitch. Curveball offered up at and missed by Christ. 1-1. It was the breaking pitch by DeYoung that broke across the inside part of the plate. Christ could see the stars in his eyes as he tried to swing for the fences on that one, but came up empty. The 1-1, similar pitch. This one grounded to third off the glove of Carpenter. It's going to skip by him. And just as we sing Carpenter's praises, tries to backhand a ground ball, and it skips off his glove. It's going to go in the books as a Falcons error, the first charge to Carpenter this contest. Bases loaded now for Grady Saunders. Saunders 2 for 3 today with a solo jack in the second. He also popped out in the third and singled to score in the fifth. Here with the bases loaded, he takes ball one. After Saunders in the order, it's Aiden Hazen. Curveball hit in the infield. That'll likely be an infield fly, and it is. Batter is out, and everybody stays put. Ulloa Ford gloves it, although more of a formality than anything, and it brings up Aiden Hazen. Hazen 2 for 2 today. He has singled and doubled. He's also walked. He's scored all 3 trips around the bases today, add in a couple of RBIs for Hazen on the double in the third. The third inning in which the Challengers scored a bulk of their runs. 5 of their runs, as a matter of fact, which have helped prove to be the difference. Here he takes one in the air towards left. Again, Price. It drops in front of him. Rounding third, headed for home, and scoring is Brock Johnson. Score now 10-5 Challengers. It looked like it was actually McDonald who scored. No, Johnson did score, okay. Hazen aboard at first with an RBI and a 1-0 count at the plate for Jalen Riddle. Or pardon me, Caden Richardson. 2-0 to Richardson. Here's the delivery. Swung on and missed. The off-speed pitch had him out in front. 2-1 to Richardson. He is 0 for 2 today. A couple of strikeouts and a sacrifice fly and an RBI back in the 5th inning, where the the Challengers added 2 more runs. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That's hit hard to the left center field gap. Moving in is Carson Pimley, and he will dive. He won't come up with it. A great effort, but coming up empty will score Eli Christ. Aiden Hazen advances to third. Richardson up to second. And now a 12-5 ball game. Richardson with the single, advancing to second on the throw. Hazen to third, and this brings up Jalen Riddle. The first pitch to him, taken for a ball. 1-0. There are 2 outs in the 6th inning. But the Challengers have rallied to add 3 more runs to their lead and all but wipe off the progress that the Falcons made in the top half of this inning by plating 5 themselves. The score 12-5 in the 6th. The 2-0. Curveball misses into Riddle. 2-0. And technically speaking, Riddle represents the game-winning run if he's able to get on and come around to score. Via the mercy rule, he would be the 15th run of the game. Here's the 3-0, and he is going to take that pitch for a strike. 3-1. The count to Riddle, who is 0 for 1 in this contest. He flew out to center field in the 5th inning. The delivery is taken for a strike, so good job by DeYoung, who fell behind 3-0 in this count and has worked it back full. First base is open, and Braden Rather is on deck. That one's popped into foul territory behind first. Hamilton giving chase by the hedges. In foul territory, cannot make the catch. Second error of this inning for the Falcons. Full count pitch on the way again. This one in the turf, and that will load the bases for Braden Rather.
Now batting, number 19, Braden Rather.
Hazen at third, Richardson at second, Riddle at first, and Rather bats with the bases loaded, 2 outs in the 6th, and the winning run on base for the Challengers. First pitch taken outside for a ball, 1-0. Next up, top of the order for Eugene, Easton McDonald, who started off this inning with a single. Pitch fouled off, 1-1. Ball in the gap could end this one with Riddle aboard at first. Here's the pitch. That is hit in the infield. Playable for the first baseman, Hamilton, but in fact it's the pitcher, DeYoung, to call everybody off and make the catch to end the inning. The Challengers leave the bases loaded, but they do score 3. They lead the Falcons 12-5 as we go to the top of the 7th. Falcons night on the line. We'll be back for it on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So let's start here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Top 7 in the Falcons against a wall, trailing by 7 to the Eugene Challengers, down 12-5. To start the rally for Klamath Falls, looks like it'll be Carson Sims, Ian Meyer, and Jacoby Takini. Pending any changes for Pete Whistler's order, that will be the 3 to try to get a rally started. Now, the Falcons scored 5 in the top of the 6th inning, although doing the same here would not be enough. They need 7 to try to push this to the bottom, or possibly 8 to maybe hold on and win this game. Now, if we look at the history for the Falcons, in any one game, the last time they scored 8 runs total was yesterday when they did it against the Salem Dodgers. Before that, they haven't done it since June 22nd when they scored 11 runs in a loss to Gunderson Baseball, 15-11. That was back at Kiger Stadium. They also scored 9 runs against the Nuggets, 9-4. Now, 8 runs in any one inning, as far as I can tell, that hasn't been done by the Falcons this year. Most runs they've scored in a single inning has been 5. They've matched it here. They did the same against Gunderson in the 11-run game. Falcons looking for some magic on the road at Swede Johnson Stadium in Eugene. It'll be Carson Sims to lead things off. Sims this year for the Falcons. He's come out of a little bit of a rut to start the year. A little bit earlier in the season, batting below 200. Now has the average up at 273. In this ball game, he is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Here, he shoves one into right field. Could be trouble. That's down for a base hit. Sims takes a big turnaround first, but that's where he'll stay. A leadoff single for the young Henley sophomore-to-be, Carson Sims, trying to start the rally here in the 7th. Ian Meyer bats now for Klamath Falls. Flew out, singled, and walked to this point in the game. Now, when he walked, he came around to score in the 5-run 6th inning Klamath Falls put together. This time he fouls it straight back, 0-1. On deck, Jacoby Takini. By the way, Peyton Tyner has come in to pitch for the Challengers. Don't know how I forgot to mention that. Grady Saunders has moved to center field. Tyner, the right-hander from Marist, comes set with the 0-1. Here's the pitch. That one is taken low. 1-1. We'll get you the final line score for Schaefer, who exits the game for the Challengers after working one complete inning, giving up 4 hits, 5 runs. He walked 2 and struck out 2. Ball and 2 strikes now, the count to Meyer. 1-2. Count on its way to Meyer. Breaking pitch taken outside. That's a close, tough pitch to lay off for Meyer. But able to stay alive in this at-bat, and the count even at 2. Runner on first base is Carson Sims. About a 3 or 4 step lead off of first as Tyner comes set. The 2-2. That's a check swing, rung him up looking. Meyer down on strikes for the first time this ball game. And that'll bring up Jacoby Takini. Takini reached on an error, a fielder's choice, and singled in the 6th. He would come around to score in the 5-run 6th inning the Falcons put together. Move over to try to get Sims at first. The ball skips away into the hedges. Sims is going to be awarded second base, moving into scoring position with just 1 away. Falcons have put together an 11-hit effort only to muster 5 runs. Challengers have 12 hits. They've turned that into 12 runs. Sims takes a lead off of second, and the first pitch on its way to Jacoby Takini is taken high for ball 1. Jacoby this season batting .133. Looking for a base hit. The 1-0 is hit into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. They're going to hold Sims at third, putting runners at the corners with just 1 away for Carson Pimley. Pimley overtook Douglas defensively a couple of innings ago. This will be his second at-bat in the game here in the 7th. He's 0 for 1 in this contest with a fly out to center field in the 6th. At third, it is Sims. At first, it's Takini. At the dish, it's Pimley. Here's the delivery from Tyner, taken for a strike. After Pimley in the order, Max Price waits on deck. He's got a couple base knocks today as the Falcons hope for a rally here in the 7th. The 0-1. Taken for a strike, 0-2, the count to Pimley. Pimley hits .143 this season. 2 hits in 14 at-bats, 1 single and 1 double for him this year. Looking to find some green in an 0-2 count. Tyner comes set. The right-hander from Marist kicks, fires, it is fouled off. Pimley staying alive in this at-bat. Count remains 0-2. Left fielder Richardson playing pretty far away from the foul line, and meantime in right field rather playing close to the foul line. The 0-2 taken in the dirt, but a nice job by Hazen to keep it in front of him. The catcher keeping the base runners right where they are in a 1-2 count. Double play is in order in the infield. Johnson the shortstop, McDonald the second baseman cheating over towards the bag. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Tyner. It is taken for strike 3 looking. Down goes Pimley. Falcons down to their final out of this evening, hoping to avoid a sweep on the road. Standing between them and that fate is Max Price. Price is 2 for 4 today with a couple of singles. He came around to score in the 6th. Pitch to Price, sails outside, 1-0. Still runners at the corners for the Falcons. Takini at first, Sims at third. 2 away in the 7th. Falcons staring down the barrel of defeat here at Sweet Johnson Stadium. Here's the delivery. The 1-0 is rolled out in front of the plate, but then skips foul. Count moves to 1-1. Our next broadcast after tonight is going to be Wednesday in Redmond as the Falcons visit the SunWest Generals at Redmond High School for another Area 4 doubleheader. 1-1. The delivery to Price is taken in the turf. Looked like a breaking ball from Tyner. Count moves now to 2-1.
Challenges American Legion Baseball starting Wednesday. It's the 48th annual Papa's Pizza Tournament. 12 teams, including the challengers.
2-1. Taken wide, 3-1. The count now to Max Price. On deck is Connor Shively, hoping for an opportunity potentially with the bases juiced. Still 2 away. Price has to get on base. Here's a 3-1 count to the Falcons left fielder. It's hit in the air, right field. Could be trouble in right. Coming in is Rather, makes the catch on the run, and that will be the ball game. The Falcons drop a pair of games here in Eugene, this one to the tune of a 12-5 loss. We'll be back to recap the night we've had at Swede Johnson Stadium. That's coming up as we continue your coverage of Falcons baseball tonight on 104.3 and 960 Sports with free HD video on mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio.
The pace and reach of social media.
And the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Final score from Swede Johnson Stadium in Eugene. The Klamath Falls Falcons dropped game 2 of a doubleheader, 12-5. For the challengers, 12 runs on 12 hits, 1 error. They left 6 runners on base in the contest. For the Falcons, 5 runs on 12 hits, 1 error. Klamath Falls left 11 runners on base in this contest. Winning pitcher is going to be Drew Wooten. 5 innings pitched, 6 hits, no runs. He struck out 3. Losing pitcher tonight for the Falcons is going to be P.J. Safford, who pitched 3 innings, gave up 7 hits, 7 runs, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. We also saw some work from Dylan DeYoung, who worked 3 productive innings for the Falcons, giving up 5 hits, 2 earned runs, and he walked 2 as well. A couple of notables. We'll start with the challengers. A 2-for-4 day with a run scored for Easton McDonald. 2-for-4 and an RBI for Grady Saunders. Had that home run earlier in the game. A couple of runs scored for him as well. 3-for-3 day for Aiden Hazen. 4 RBI and 3 runs scored for him. A couple of notables there for the Eugene Challengers. For the Falcons, a couple of guys with multiple base hits. Max Price went 2-for-5 with a run scored. Mark Carpenter went 3-for-4 with an RBI and a run scored. Marcos Ulloa Ford picked up a couple of hits and 2 RBI for his effort. Jacoby Takini went 2-for-4 with a run scored as well. The Falcons drop game number 3 in Area 4 League play. They fall to 1-3 in conference play, 7-14 overall. The Challengers improve to 8-2 in Area 4 League play. This marks the halfway point for them on their attempt at another Oregon State championship and an Area 4 League championship as well. The Challengers are hosting the event, and the Falcons, I'm sure, would hope to be back here at Sweet Johnson Stadium the weekend of July 26th for playing games and potentially a state tournament. In the meantime, the Falcons turn their attention towards Redmond, where they'll take on the Sunwest Generals on Wednesday at 5 o'clock for a doubleheader. We'll be there for you right here on this station and on this website, 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Want to thank everybody who's made today's broadcast possible, all head coaches who've been involved, Coach Ken Niles, Coach Pete Whistler, for getting us lineups in a timely manner. Of course, Mike Safford helping us out with the broadcast as usual, pairing us up with stats and updated lineups and all the great things that make a broadcast like this work. Everybody up here in the George Bird press box as well here at Sweet Johnson Stadium. It's great to work with everybody who is up here this evening. The Falcons come away with a couple of losses, but they'll be back in action again on Wednesday. 12-2 in the first one, 12-5 in the nightcap. Again, you can follow all Falcons happenings on mybasin.com/Falcons. This is Josh Eldridge saying good night from the Emerald City in Eugene, Oregon.